testing live stream for planning meeting on the 3rd of December 2025.
Right, good morning, members and members of the public. My name is Toby Williams. I'm a development manager for the Greater Cambridge Shared Planning Service. I'm the chair of this pre-app briefing for Anglia Ruskin University, East Road, Cambridge. The purpose of this meeting is to give members an insight into evolving proposals for the redevelopment of ARU's East Road property portfolio. The presentation allows councillors to feed into the process at an early stage and raise any questions or concerns that can then be addressed by the developer prior to a formal planning application being submitted. Whilst the meeting is held in public, it does not form part of the formal decision-making process. All planning applications will be determined in line with the formal processes as adopted by Cambridge City Council. The format of the meeting is in two parts. The first is a presentation from the developer team, and that will be led by James Rolfe, ARU's Chief Operating Officer, Colin Moses from MCW Architects, and I think Peter McEwen is here from Carter Jonas to support as planning agent. So that will last approximately 20 to 30 minutes. And then there is a second slot of up to 30 minutes for questions from members. So in a moment, I will ask the developer team to introduce themselves, but first some housekeeping. This meeting is being recorded and members should treat the meeting as if it is a public meeting. The details of the meeting can be subject to a freedom of information request or similar. Can I ask all participants online to keep themselves muted and to keep your backgrounds blurred unless you are invited to speak. If members would like to ask a question or get the attention of the chair, please raise your real or virtual hand. We will deal with questions after the presentation has finished. Members of the Planning Committee should not express an opinion upon any aspect of today's presentation which might give rise to a view that you have a closed mind to the emerging proposal. For the avoidance of doubt, I understand that Councillors Bennett and Pora are here today as ward councillors. I don't have any apologies for the meeting apart from Councillor Katie Thornborough. Great. Unless there are any questions, I will hand over to Councillor Pora.
Good morning. Yes, as you confirmed, Toby, I will be sitting as ward councillor. I also wanted to note that until very recently I did work at Anglia Ruskin University as well, which is on the public record. I don't anymore, but I just wanted to note that as a declaration, please.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Pora. Great. So I would like the developer team to introduce themselves, please.
Thank you. I'm James Rolfe. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Anglia Ruskin University.
And I'm Colin Moses. I'm from MCW Architects, and I've been working on the development framework document that you're about to see a summary of.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Peter McEwen, a planning partner at Carter Jonas, and I'm assisting ARU with this project.
Great, Colin. So, James, if you could present, I'd be grateful. Up to 30 minutes, please.
Sure, thank you. So thank you for the opportunity to present today. After a few words of introduction from me, I'm going to hand over to Colin to run through our development framework. So as some of you may know, our mission is to transform lives through inclusive, innovative and entrepreneurial education and research. We've got a long history here in Cambridge dating back to 1858 and the founding of the Cambridge School of Art. Through many guises, and most recently as a university, we are and remain fundamentally committed to Cambridge as a place for ARU, for our students, for our educational, research and professional service staff, and in all that it offers to us, and indeed all that we can offer to Cambridge. So our presence is substantial. We've got about 9,200 students on our Cambridge campus at the moment, towards 1,000 staff, plus a whole series of research institutes and centres, laboratories, classrooms, residential and leisure provision. We proudly remain offering a full range of academic disciplines, and we have substantial depth in key life-changing research such as music therapy and vision and eye research. So this development framework allows us to continue our mission, investing in the key areas to better meet the ongoing student needs in education, but also in their lives away from the classroom or laboratory. It also enables us to take forward our sort of groundbreaking research agenda as well. So thank you again for your time. I'm going to hand over now to Colin to talk us through the framework. Thank you.
Thank you, James. I've got a series of slides here that really try to capture the over a year-long piece of work that we've been undertaking with James and the wider team at the university to create a framework and to capture their vision for the next 10 plus years. It's always a difficult thing, this process, in terms of having some clarity, and we deliberately have called this a development framework as opposed to a master plan, to avoid the crystalline feeling that a master plan tends to bring with it. A development framework we're seeing is something more robust and long-lasting, but really giving a guide and being able to inform any future development that the university are considering. And the impetus behind the process was really driven by the acquisition of both the Seven Place sites and the Mackay's sites at the top end of East Road. And you'll see as we go through why they are so important and why it's important now to think about their future development. Peter, I might ask some help here because it's not moving forward. Apologies, technical hitch number one. There we go. So the element that has underpinned all our thinking over the past year or so was a document that the university produced nearly 10 years ago now called Designing Our Future, which contained within it three primary themes, which you can see here in the italics on the screen, which we condensed down to a more simple message of a connected campus, a city campus, and sustainable campus. So these are big words, but they do encapsulate all the things that we are trying to deal with here, whether it's about cohesion and balance, accessibility or inclusion, creating a stronger sense of community within the university itself, but also reinforcing the sense of the university and its activities within the city's wider landscape. And clearly underpinning all of that is a clear commitment to carbon reduction, which the university has been following for a long, long time. And that is kind of evident in lots of places that you'll probably be aware of. The document that we have will then really begin to, as I say, inform and control future development in terms of expectations and aspirations around performance and specification of buildings, but also critically of the spaces around the buildings. And that's a vital part of what we have done. It's also important to remember that whilst I'm here as an architect, we had within the team, the wider team, landscape, public realm, urban design, and also obviously all the sustainability team supporting the document. The document itself is a substantial piece of work. So we look at the campus as it currently is, and this may be helpful for you to see the current shape of the campus. We have the East Road, the main campus that everyone recognises at East Road towards Parker's Piece. And then there are the two elements that the university use, Compass House at the top end of East Road and Young Street, the more recent development, heading round just beyond the law courts. So this diagram I think is very helpful because it shows instantly that there's a level of imbalance and disconnection between the primary activities of the East Road campus and what are perceived and inevitably are more satellite activities at the top end of East Road. So the university's acquisition of both Mackay's and Seven Place is an attempt to reinforce the scale of what's happening at the top end of East Road and bring a sense of balance between those two elements. So we don't have a main focus and satellites. We have two parts of the campus which are connected by East Road. And that East Road connection, again, is a fundamental thing that will colour the way this university will be able to perform in the long term, the nature of East Road and what we can do to make it a better place. This diagram is showing the primary faculty components. So science and engineering taking up the biggest chunk in the salmony pink colour there, and arts, humanities, education and social science, the green elements. What we're also trying to do is get the individual sub-communities within the university to feel a level of sense of connection to their environment and identity within themselves. So potential movement of those faculties around to make the community work more effectively. When it comes to the non-academic space, the support space, teaching, and in this case you can see the library space, all the library space is focused on the existing campus in the Mumford building. And part of this exercise is to see how we can begin to distribute those support facilities, whether it's teaching or informal learning or library and resource activity, across the wider picture. In terms of student accommodation, this is a key issue for the university at the moment. James has repeatedly told us, providing affordable spaces for students within the city is a key challenge. It affects recruitment and it affects the whole sense of the community. We talk to students who are having to get on the bus in Bedford in the mornings to come to AIU because that's all they can do and that's all they can afford. And what we need to do is create affordable spaces within the city. This shows the current student resi distribution. You can see there's 1,700 rooms in total. That number is required to increase in the near future. And the acquisition of Seven Place is seen as the primary vehicle in the short term to deliver that uplift in student accommodation. So if we step into what we've begun to propose, I think it's important here to emphasize again, this isn't about designing buildings, this is about thinking about how space might be configured around the campus. And particularly, this slide emphasizes the key components that we're trying to achieve here, not in any ascending order of importance, but East Road and what it is and how it relates to the university is critical, and accepting that it is to a large degree beyond the control of the university, but the intention here is to see how we can partner with the city to make improvements along East Road and with changes that are already happening with the Grafton Centre, how those can impact positively on the life of the university. So I'm not going to dwell on the bullet points because I think that they're all relatively straightforward. I want to begin to show you what we are thinking. So we had that primary theme of city campus. That is primarily thinking about how can we engender activity, collaboration and partnership beyond the confines of the immediate estate along East Road to begin to change the visibility and influence of the AIU community in the wider context. So whether that's at the Biomed campus or at the Science Park or with the university. So this is possibly utilising specialist facilities that can be shared between institutions or just collaborative commercial partnerships with emerging research. All of these things are in train. And they haven't been the focus for our study, but it's a vital part of changing the nature of AIU within the wider city. So this image shows in salmon pink the potential for future development in the new land holding and as a redevelopment of Compass House. And you can, if you refer back to that earlier diagram, we can easily begin to see a more equality and balance in terms of the two parts of the university along East Road, but still retaining the challenge of where the green arrows are, what can we do to make that journey and that space between the two components more enjoyable and more active. And the Grafton Centre clearly plays a big part in that. In terms of sustainability, as I said at the outset, this underpins and threads through everything that we do. The university has made commitment to net zero carbon by 2045, and operational carbon is reduction and hitting zero operational carbon in all future buildings is a primary focus for the design teams that are coming forward. Likewise, undertaking whole life carbon analyses as projects emerge will be an integral part of what happens. The university has an overarching design guide in parallel to this document, which sets out expectation and performance criteria, which any design team will have to follow. I think, just tracking down, it's interesting to note, I think you have 25 car parking spaces across the whole campus, which I think is a testament to commitment to sustainable travel for a very large community of academics and students. And I think as we're beginning to think about what we're doing with Seven Place, the notion of health and well-being in student accommodation is paramount in that process. And thinking how we can engender behavioural change within the student community that is then aligning with what the university is trying to do in total. And during the process of the development of the framework, we had a series of open student engagement sessions organised at a regular cadence that gave us a chance to talk to the students directly about what issues they were facing and what they would like to see changing in the longer and in the shorter term. So if we can get into a little bit of detail, again, we don't want to get too engrossed in the building footprints per se, but this is looking at Seven Place. So a redevelopment along Seven Place does a whole host of things to make improvements. So we can see buildings that have better connections with the streetscape, more active ground floors, more sense of presence and life. We can see a building at the head of Seven Place that acts as a gateway into the city coming in from Newmarket Road from the east. We can see an increase in scale, which is in line with the SPD plans for this part of the city. But at a finer grain, we can see a new public route that connects East Road through to Newmarket Road, which doesn't currently exist. And that new public route is part of a new street, which in terms of its landscape potential and biodiversity net gain is significant. So a greatly improved public realm linking East Road with Newmarket Road. And the challenge that we want to begin to address with the city and the city urban design team is when that route meets the exit from the Grafton car park, which is currently a little bit of a challenge to cross as a pedestrian, which you may well have experienced, what we can do to make that a pedestrian-first experience as opposed to an accelerating lane for cars leaving the car park onto East Road. What we can then begin to think about is if we bring in the Mackay's bit of the jigsaw. So this is the crucial bit of the jigsaw that links Young Street, which you can see at the bottom in the paler colour, is the existing Young Street development as part of the AIU's existing estate. Mackay's site then becomes the jigsaw piece that connects that through to Seven Place and through to the existing campus house. So a new public route that addresses contained spaces either side, sheltered and active spaces, and that public route heading across East Road. So one of the conversations that we had with Toby and his team earlier in the process was, what is the possibility of relocating the pedestrian crossing to that point where the public route comes into East Road from the space by the law courts, to give us much more clarity and much more ease of movement between all of these new buildings. And then the final bit of this jigsaw, we're not yet clear when this may well happen, but at some point the redevelopment of Campus House will happen. And there we can see an increase in scale of building in line with, as I say, with the SPD. And again, the challenge here will be the space to the east of that boundary line, current boundary line, that AIU ownership, to the current roundabout. We know there are plans in train for turning that roundabout into a crossroads and getting rid of the underpass situation, and again, making it a more pedestrian-first environment. And any new building on the Campus House site needs to contribute and reinforce that and add to the scale of improvement that would be possible. So we're not losing sight of what's happening on the primary East Road campus as it currently exists. There's already a planning consent for the new Creative Quarter, which is a redevelopment of the Coslett building at the far end of the campus against the cemetery. And that project is now underway and will be happening in the near future. And that includes the refurbishment of the Ruskin School of Art. In the next steps, what we are clearly thinking about isn't demolition and rebuilding, it's about repurposing existing fabric, making it better, making it more sustainable, and making it more usable. So the buildings that are identified in the medium term are the David building, which is the pale pink building. Can I point on this? Is this possible? Am I able? Is that cursor visible? So this is the David building, which is a 1960s, 70s building, but actually very, very well constructed, robust and flexible, and we think we can repurpose that into possibly a small research institute or additional teaching space. But the biggest opportunity is the Helmore building, which is the one that currently faces East Road, which has a very opaque and rather blank aspect to East Road. It doesn't do anything in terms of communicating what's happening inside, and the public realm in front of it is not great. It's been radically improved over the years by the university, but it can see a significant improvement. So when we look at that building, it's a very simple, well-built, robust building. It's very inherently flexible and can take a lot of change. So one thought is we could take the building back to its bare frame and then do the envelope of the building completely. And the important element that we could think about is making a level access from the current pavement level into the arrival space. Currently, you're dropping down, as you probably know, a series of steps into a lower level, and there's a kind of perception of a moat around the front of the building. So we could radically change that building, coming in to a more generous space, a level access, better daylight, improving that whole public realm to East Road, and making the building more visible and legible by increasing the scale of the glazing that's there. Putting a simple stair up through one side of the building begins to make it just do a lot more for the streetscape than it currently does. We're not saying this is exactly what's going to happen, but we're just trying to communicate the intent and aspiration in terms of engagement with the public realm and visibility of what's happening within the university estate. In the longer term, we could begin to think about a replacement for the Mumford Theatre and the Mumford Library space, which are the buildings that sit at the heart of the campus currently, and at the crossroads of two primary routes, which you can currently navigate, but when you get through the Mumford Library, it's all a bit of a struggle to find your way to the back of the campus. So a new series of buildings there reconfigures that circulation and also allows us to think about a potential new space at the end of Bradmore Street, which will allow the existing Sinclair building, which is a rather interesting building currently buried, to contain one side of a new square, which is this space here. So it's about seeing where we can insert and reinforce a better and more structured public realm with new buildings that are working hard to make those spaces more usable. And then we have a thread through all of this work of what we're calling landscape easy wins or short-term opportunities. So across the campus, even in its current guise, we'll be looking for moments where we can begin to introduce better signage, better wayfinding, improved street furniture, improved lighting, and biodiversity opportunities. And this family of ideas will be something that the university will then translate to both Chelmsford and the Writtle campuses to begin to bring a sense of cohesion and consistency in terms of their own public realm, and that improves identity and in terms of student community and sense of identity, it's all a part of this reinforcing piece. So overall picture, aerial view, again, salmon pink here is scale of new build in the longer term, but you can begin to see the potential for change that we can engender. And I think this image is important because it shows the importance of what the Grafton Centre redevelopment will do in acting as a bridging point between the two nodes of the campus along East Road. I think, Toby, that's me done, if that's been helpful.
That's great. Thank you, Colin. Thank you, James, for that presentation. So we now turn to members' questions. Councillor Dryden.
Now, on the long-term planning in the future, what sort of increases with the heights of the buildings going to be?
Well, we would be working in line with the SPD that currently exists, particularly for the top end of East Road there. So we're looking at 6, 7 stories in the highest buildings, that order. The previous consent for 7 Place, I think, had 8 stories as the highest. But they were residential floors, so kind of lower floor to floor. So we're in that similar envelope, nothing exceeding that.
Come on, members. Questions?
Yeah, I just want to say, can you say a little bit more about the sort of connecting routes and your vision for that? Because I think we're all aware that East Road itself is a bit of a problematic route in terms of your main connection point between the bits of the campus that you've been outlining. I don't know if you can say a little bit more about that, whether there are other improvements or other aspects of East Road that perhaps you would be putting in the mix to enhance and to improve that journey between the campus sites in the way it's broken up at the moment. Obviously, it's not that conducive, is it, in terms of the connection between the parts of the campus?
Well, no, you're exactly right. It's not. I mean, obviously, there's a level that the university can do, and there's other things that we can't do. What we have in mind is beginning to think about where the pedestrian crossings are located and whether that can make a change to how people move around. The increase in potential planting, particularly tree planting. We know there's works associated with the Grafton Centre that will do some realignment of cycle routes along the top end of East Road. I mean, for the university, the primary traffic between the 2 nodes is on foot, and it's that experience that we want to focus on. So I think from the university's point of view, it's looking for any opportunity to partner with any development that happens in the interim along East Road to see what can be done to make it better. And certainly for the space in front of Helmore and the space at the head of 7 Place, the university will be bringing forward ideas to improve that immediate public realm. I think the biggest challenge, if 7 Place, which is the scheme that will be coming forward most quickly, is that car park exit from the Grafton Centre, where there's a little kind of labyrinth of vehicular routes which are demarcated by little islands. And as a pedestrian, you have to kind of jump from one to the other to get into that end of 7 Place. So we've got some initial ideas about what that might be, and we did rehearse those with Leonie and with the urban design team from the city. And so I think that's one of the biggest opportunities to make that journey better. But as I say, it's going to be a question of partnering and looking for opportunities as they come forward to make it better. It's not going to be difficult to make it better, but it needs to be made better.
Great, thank you. So I've got Councillors Smart, Bennett and Hora. So Councillor Smart.
Thanks, Chair. So thank you for the presentation, James and Colin. I've just got a few points, not all questions, to skip through. So interesting presentation. I live in the area, so I know it quite well. Not everybody here does, so I'd encourage members to ask questions if anything wasn't quite clear on the sort of presentation there. So the framework master plan thing was interesting. So I wonder if, and I've got a few questions and points here, whether you're going to bring a master plan forward in the future. Only we do tend to like master plans to make things clear to us. We've been in discussion with the biomedical campus for some years, trying to get a master plan out of them. It's not come forward. It's not very helpful. So I'm not saying you're not helpful. I'm just saying master plans are nice. You said that the framework was more robust and long-lasting. I'm not sure about that, but certainly a master plan can be robust and long-lasting as well. So first, I should have said firstly, you're very welcome as a part of our community in Cambridge. I would say that ARU is respected and liked in our community. Don't normally hear a bad word about you. So, you know, well done. And it's good that you have that, you give that impression in Cambridge. It's a general background feeling that ARU is a positive part of Cambridge, and that's often said in many different meetings and so on that we have. You never mentioned the other university, I don't think, in terms of collaboration. I don't know if that's part of your interest area, because obviously it's about partners here like highways, the city housing, the commercial sector and the Grafton and all of that. So the university is another big part of our community in Cambridge. They might be of interest to you, possibly. Just in terms of the way you laid out the maps there, I mean, as I know the route well between the sites, and you have that, you know, you have those connections along East Road and other places across the city, that from your main campus to other places. And it's interesting that you're talking about how you connect those places, because it's a real and present challenge, isn't it, really, clearly, for you to make that work. And I guess, you know, the real and present problem there is that you've got other bits of the area around there that are housing, commerce, shops, and you're just not going to get them, I guess, anytime soon in terms of your land acquisition. So it's going to always be not part of your campus, and so you have to work around that, and that's what everybody does in Cambridge, because Cambridge is very congested in terms of sites. Interesting, you've got 25 car parking spaces. That's to be commended, I suppose, probably, although I suspect that's partly to do with your lack of land as well, to have big car parks on, because you want to build buildings to teach your students and so on. And on that, just going back to your 9,200 students, what you're presenting today, and in the context of Southend being closed as a outlet of Essex University yesterday, I presume that you're planning to grow your community of students as a part of this framework, because it's going to have to be funded, and I'm presuming that's the way it's going to go. So you never said that, but that might be worth clarifying. And university, so the final thing I'd say is, we've spoken before about the other university being closed to our city. Historically, they've built walls around their campuses, and there's no signage. No one knows which college is which. I certainly don't, as a relative newcomer to the city, 35 years. I wouldn't easily know every college campus, but I guess you've kept open to the city in a different way, and you talk about routes through your campuses for, I presume, the public and so on as well. And that's to be commended, I think. And I know when I was a student, I preferred the idea of going to a city campus as opposed to a out-of-town campus like Bath or something. And I think that's a good way to go. And I think, you know, if you can highlight that and work on that, that will build a better city, both for us as non-ARU students, but also for your students too. Thank you.
Thank you. If I may, Councillor, so just to respond to your point about growth and funding. So our intention is always to grow, and you know, I was thinking about the Southend campus in my opening remarks when I said that, you know, we absolutely remain committed to Cambridge and want to be a fundamental part of Cambridge. In terms of funding for these developments, then obviously they're subject to separate business cases. We tend to raise our funding through tuition fees. We're quite a low-geared organisation at the moment. We are looking at potentially in the longer term borrowing for things like residential accommodation, because it's a much more straightforward business case than looking at particular, you know, classrooms or what have you. But at this stage, yeah, the thinking is that we'll do everything that we can to grow student numbers and raise the finance that way. I think it's also worth saying, though, that growth is not going to be linear. So I think, you know, looking 5 and 10 years ahead, it's quite clear that there are rapidly and increasingly rapidly changing requirements from our students. So we see a lot more commuting students, which unfortunately does translate into some of the transport challenges we all have here in Cambridge. We're also seeing a different sort of model for some of our accommodation, where students don't want to stay there 7 nights a week. We're seeing a lot more distance learning, and we're seeing a lot of growth, continue to see a lot of growth in degree apprenticeships. So we are one of the largest providers of degree apprenticeships in the country. And we've just completed our 1,000th employer partner through our degree apprenticeship. So we think that kind of more non-traditional learning is going to grow and grow and grow. And the recent, announcements from the Secretary of State, the strong focus on skills and further education, I think is going to positively disrupt that offer even further. I think it's an exciting time for an organisation like ARU, because we do pride ourselves in being innovative and flexible and entrepreneurial and pretty agile compared with the great majority of universities. So we think we're in a good place to respond. We're already doing a lot of things to develop our partnerships with colleges and schools and industry and what have you. And all of that will, should result in growth in our student numbers, but also growth in the breadth of the way we deliver education and research in the future.
Yeah, I was just going to touch on, Councillor Smart, the status of the development framework document. So what we've presented to you this morning is, the document itself it's over 100 pages long, so it is a comprehensive document. We're not looking at SPD status on that, but the intention is that when the Severn Place planning application is submitted, most likely the first half of next year, this document will be submitted alongside that application, and we'll be looking for that, for the framework document to be approved as part of that process, and then very much that would then guide future development on the other sites which we've been through today. So Mackay's, Compass House in the future, and then future works on the main campus site as well.
And just address the master plan versus development framework discussion. It's really more kind of nomenclature. It's all about words more than anything else. I mean, we could call this a master plan, and it is a master plan. It has all the elements within it, and the level of detail that you'd expect to see in a master plan, Martin. But we decided to call it a framework in order that we hopefully make it more meaningful, because we've had instances in the past where master plans, when they're very specific particularly about building form and building shape, they are not relevant when those buildings become to be developed, and therefore some people think this doesn't need to be referred to as a document. So keeping it not loose is the wrong word, but less specific in terms of the built form is why we called it a framework as opposed to a master plan.
Great, okay. I have next Ward Councillor Bennett, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I have one question and 2 comments. So my first question is, do you have a feeling for how much student numbers will rise and what the travel area for your commuting students will be? And my comments are, the Wall of Death roundabout at the top of East Road, which you referred to as a problem. I'm not sure you're aware, but there is an alternative plan to keep the underpass as it is and turn it into an art and community centre. And I just wondered if you're aware of that plan and had factored it into your design. And the other comment, which relates to my question about student numbers, is it's very praiseworthy to be a low car parking site, but we do have some nuisance parking from your students reported by Coldham's Lane and New Street residents. And we wonder if you are anticipating a lot of new students coming to the site, whether you can provide them with some travel plans and travel advice, because it's not difficult to use the park and ride and catch a bus to Anglia's main building. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Bennett. I'll pick up a couple of those. Just on the point with regards to the new application, when that's submitted on Severn Place, there will be a requirement for a travel plan as part of that application, and that will be submitted as part of that application. So that does provide just an opportunity to look at that travel plan across the university, really. So that's really helpful. That's something we will look to pick up on. On then the roundabout proposals, we are aware that there are a number of options there, and I think it's linked to the point Colin made about this sort of framework plan. It will be evolving over the years and things, and at this stage we're unsure what approach for that roundabout will be adopted. And what we have included, as we mentioned, was the improvements at that top end of East Road that have been introduced as part of the Grafton Centre proposals. So we've also been engaged with Highways, and we are looking to meet with the Transport Assessment team to discuss things further as well.
If I could, Councillor, I'd also like to make a few more general comments. So first of all, sorry to hear about the nuisance complaints that you've had. Please do continue to report those in to ARU. We do regularly remind our students of the need to park in designated spaces, or preferably to use public transport. So more than happy to address the particular concerns that you have. We also do provide students with an awful lot of travel advice, and that includes, of course, using the park and ride services and the railway, and indeed the recent changes to the ticketing on the railways has helped some of our students as well. And I would also encourage us to continue to work together between ourselves and the County Council and the City Council to continue to ensure that the standard of the service provided by the park and ride is sufficiently flexible and consistent for our students, because we equally hear from students sometimes that the park and ride service isn't as reliable as maybe it should be. So I think that's very much a joint endeavour. That's not in any way intended as a criticism, but I think it is very much intended as a joint endeavour so that our students, particularly students travelling on their own or late at night, can rely on that service to get safely to and from campus. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that answer. I think I had a question about student numbers as well. But the other thing I will say is that we can take any complaints up with Stagecoach about the park and ride buses, if you care to contact me afterwards.
Okay, thanks. So I now have Ward Councillor Pora.
Thank you very much. It's really interesting to see this. I think really welcome the idea of an access road through to Newmarket Road, because obviously the Grafton many years ago blocked off some of those, and we're seeing some being re-established already with Gold Lane through the Grafton development. And it's really not a pleasant place to be at night at the moment. They're cutting through all those little back alleys. So that is I think will be very welcome for residents. I would urge you to work really closely with transport, because I think the section 106 leading to a section 278 to do work on East Road. I believe that did also involve, if I'm right, making the turn into the car park a lot more acute to try and slow down vehicle speed. So I think whatever ARU are planning, you need to talk to the Grafton, because it will link in, and I'm assuming you would have to make some kind of payments as well. So let's make sure we coordinate on those. I do share your concerns about the crossing between Mackay's and the Grafton side of the road. That's currently, we don't want that becoming a desire line unless there's some safe means of crossing, because obviously at the moment you cut across by the court and go back down to York Street. I mean, I would hope you'll involve all councillors in this. I think certainly Councillor Bick and myself has been very involved with the Grafton, sort of bringing that forward, helping to make sure residents know what's going on. So I would urge you to keep in touch with us. And obviously, things like, for the students, are the halls of residence going to have kitchens? Where are they going to eat if they don't? All those kind of things that will probably impact on the local area and footfall. And obviously with the Grafton bringing in a food court and setting back a little bit, you're going to have more street trees there, and particularly I think there might even be a water feature coming at some point. So all of those things hopefully will tie in. So I think it will be really important, and we're in contact with the Grafton owners very regularly, so please do, we're very happy to help make links. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't think there's anything specific to answer in relation to those points that Councillor Pora has made. Councillor Griffin.
Thank you. And thank you for the interesting and welcome presentation. I would just like to suggest one thing. There is a potential alternative path between the main campus and that one at the top of East Road. And that is one that principally uses St. Matthew's Street. And all that needs to be done there is somehow, once you cross Norfolk Street, you've got to get through there to the north side or the east side of the main campus, and there's Norfolk Terrace, and there's Blossom Street and Flower Street. Somehow that could certainly be made more accessible. And if I were a student, you know, on a bicycle or by foot, I would prefer that route over the East Road route. And I think focusing on East Road as the only connection between these two sites is maybe something you might want to reconsider. That's it. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. It's a very good point, and something we have thought about. I think we get preoccupied with East Road because it is such a grim experience.
Yes.
And the route you're talking about, you know, certainly would be an alternative if we can engineer it. So yes, and recognised and understood.
Great. Did councillors have any other questions? Councillor Illingworth.
Yes, thank you. I'd just like to pick up on the point I think has been made already. The new block on the Mackay's site facing the existing blocks, that seems to me to be going to generate a lot of pedestrian traffic. And rather than a new crossing, have you considered maybe an enclosed pedestrian bridge? Which would make it a lot safer crossing that particular bit of road.
We haven't considered a bridge, primarily because bridges require people to get up them and down them, and constructing them is more complicated, expensive and problematic. And if our view is to improve the streetscape and make the place people first as opposed to car first, and we think that should be our priority rather than trying to avoid cars with expensive infrastructure.
Councillor Smart.
Thanks for letting me have another go, Chair. So I've got about three things further to say. So just to pick up on Councillor Griffin's point there, I guess your East Road proposals are related to potential improvements to East Road in the future on the highway, with cycle lanes and pedestrian pavements and so on, should be improved, I guess. But I think Councillor Griffin has a good point there about how one gets through back streets, and that can be a good route as well. There's no done deal there, I don't think, in terms of what would be the best way. The main point I was going to make was, appreciate your creative quarter isn't on the table today, but it's part of the whole deal in terms of what you're proposing in the future. And I am a great supporter of the arts and creativity generally. In Cambridge, Cambridge as a city, when I came to it, seemed to me and still seems to be a very technocratic, scientific sort of place, largely driven by the other university. And it seems to me that, you know, in terms of your heritage and where you came from, that the arts and, you know, as an art institution, you can certainly push there in terms of having maybe a gap in what is provided in the city and what can be seen to be a component part of what Cambridge as a city can give. And that leads me on to my sort of adjunct point, which is that when we were first talking about Hartree some years ago, I made the point that, you know, we really could be thinking about work-live spaces for artists and makers in Hartree, and there have been setups in London which have done that very successfully, very commercially, where artist spaces have been coordinated with living accommodation for people and artists too, and that's not directly related to your student number, I guess, but I did wonder whether, and I say this sort of, I don't really want to say it because I want Hartree to succeed, but at the moment it's not succeeding in the way it was planned to succeed, but whether Hartree or the northeast Cambridge area might be another area of possibility for you as an institution, because there's obviously it's up in the air now what happens with those series of sites around that area, and whether that might be a possibility, but that was it mostly, I think. Yeah, that was all my points. Thank you very much, Darren.
Yeah, could I come back on those, Councillor Smart? Yeah, thank you. That's really helpful, actually. I mean, Cambridge School of Art, which still exists, actually has quite a substantial community footprint already, and we think, you know, the investment we're making now, plus the potential longer-term investment that you referred to, the Creative Quarter, really gives us a great opportunity to step that up a level. It will be better for students, it will be better for partners, but it will also be give us a much stronger platform to improve and develop our community networks and our role as an anchor institution. So we already have a huge amount of porosity, going back to an earlier comment about the campus, and one of the big attractions of our campus is the engagement with the Cambridge School of Art, from school children right through to adults, both during the week and at the weekend. So as I say, the Creative Quarter gives us an opportunity to really just reinforce and develop that. The work, live spaces, yes, I've dealt with those in previous existences, and they are absolutely fantastic, really, really great, particularly for artists who are setting out in their careers. We'll have a look at that, we'll have a think about it. I would just sound a slightly cautionary note about the amount of space we have on our campus, but we'll certainly have a good think about it because it's an important point. Thank you.
Thank you. I can't see any of the members with their hands up. I'm going to use Chair's prerogative to ask a question on a topic that hasn't been asked, then I think is relevant, and that is one around whether or not ARU is thinking about a heat network here, given the campus is expanding. What is the approach in terms of energy use going forward? There are obviously opportunities here to better how energy is delivered currently.
Yeah, so thank you, Toby. So we've done an awful lot of work already on successive refit phases. Sorry, that's not quite as easy to say as I thought it was. And we've done an awful lot to deliver on sort of what might be described as the easy wins around our carbon emissions. We're working very closely, and we are one of the sort of founding members of the Cambridge Heat Network, and we're currently exploring with that team the feasibility of extending the network along East Road. The discussions are pretty advanced. We've just been through another series of briefings. We're looking at the business case at the moment, and if we think we can make it work from our end, and if we think there's the appropriate share of risk and what have you, which is always an issue with decentralised energy networks, then we'll move forward, because it's a big step forward for us. It will really move us up, you know, a number of steps in terms of reducing our carbon emissions, and you know, far more cheaply than if we tried to retrofit any further the buildings we've got at the moment. So yeah, we're looking at that. The heat network does not extend as far as Young Street and Campus House at the moment, on the Newmarket Road end. So that at the moment is something we are still working through, sort of more conventional means. And we'll see what, you know, see what possibilities are available there too. But yeah, we're certainly a big supporter of the heat network.
Great, thank you. I can't see any other members wishing to speak, so just to say thank you to ARU and team for coming and presenting to members. I expect as the plans developed, we may well see you again, but thank you for coming and presenting the framework as it's emerged. So we're now coming up to 11 o'clock. I suggest that we take a 15-minute break, convene back at 11:15 to hear the Bateman Street application. Thank you.
Can everybody hear me? Anybody not hear me, put their hand up. That's good, that's a good start, okay. So we're live, and I'll just do the Chair's notes now before we start on the planning items. Just to be clear, we've got a new agenda, revised agenda, second revision agenda that's online. So we've done the briefing, and then we're going to do the appeals report next, and then the land at Bateman Street, item 7, and then after that, it'll be the New Square items. So, good morning, everyone. My name is Councillor Smart, and I am the chair of this committee. I'd like to welcome you all to Cambridge City Council's Planning Committee meeting taking place at 10, well, not 10 actually, is it? What is it now? Just after 11:20 on Wednesday, the 3rd of December. Perhaps if councillors could introduce themselves, starting with on my right here.
Councillor Robert Dryden, representing Cherry Hill Ward.
Tim Griffin, Coleridge Ward.
Councillor Bob Illingworth, East Chesterton Ward.
Matthew Howard, Abbey Ward.
Councillor Mike Todd-Jones, Arbury Ward.
Ingrid Flaubert, Trumpington.
Righto, thanks, councillors. In terms of apologies, as was said earlier, Councillor Thornborough will be arriving later today, so she's not here at the moment. Other than that, that's it, isn't it? So, yeah, okay. So, as I said earlier, just note the change to the agenda order as per second circulation agenda. So, I will chair the first part of the meeting, this part, and then Councillor Thornborough, who is vice chair, will chair the last 2 items for New Square. Toby Williams, what am I reading here? Toby Williams will chair the pre-application. We've done that already. So delivery officers, permanent disabled, are delivery manager Toby Williams, legal advisor Vanessa Blaine, committee manager Sarah Michael, and producer Matt Hussey. Other officers and public speakers will join us throughout the course of the meeting, and I will introduce them at the start of relevant agenda items. Housekeeping. If anyone has any problems hearing me throughout the meeting, please alert me by waving their hands or advising a council officer. We aim to take a 45-minute lunch break between noon and 2 p.m. Please can those present in the council chamber note that everything on your desk could be broadcast at some point, as cameras within the room follow the microphone being switched on. If you are following the Teams meeting here in the room on your laptop, your audio, microphone and camera must be switched off, please. If the fire alarm sounds, please follow officers who will leave the room and exit the building via the Pease Hill staircase and exit. Please do not use the lift. Please can those participating in the meeting via the live stream indicate that you wish to speak via the chat column or raised hand option. Switch off your microphone and camera unless you are invited to speak. Please note if a report officer drops out from the committee due to poor broadband signal, the senior officer present will take over their presentation and report and respond to questions. The process for each planning application will be the case officer will give a brief introduction to his or her report, questions of clarification from members to officers. Registered public speakers will be invited to have their say. There will be 3 minutes of those speaking in support and 3 minutes of those speaking against unless advised otherwise. The committee manager will ring a bell when you have 30 seconds remaining. Once public speakers have addressed the committee, their speaking time is over. Public speakers are unable to join in with the council debate. The committee will then discuss and debate the item and may ask questions of the case officer. At the end of the deliberation, I will ask the planning delivery manager to summarise the officer recommendation, which will pick up any amendments made during debate. I will then ask members to vote on the officer's recommendation by a show of hands. Only those present in the chamber can vote or propose or second recommendations. For the comfort of councillors, officers and the public, I may choose to call short breaks during the proceedings. If councillors or officers require a break at any point, please indicate to me and I will halt proceedings at the next convenient opportunity. So we've done apologies. So any declarations of interest, members? Oh, doesn't appear to be. Okay. So moving on. So minutes, agenda item 4. So can I sign the minutes, the last 2 minutes? So that's the 1st of October and the 29th of October as a true record. Yes, thank you very much. Okay, I'll just quickly do that now. That's done. Thanks, Sarah. Right. So, as I said earlier, we've done the developer briefing. So the next item is item 6. So there's just been a question from officers about whether you're all here to approve the minutes. So can we just check that? What is it you want to check exactly, Vanessa? Do you want to say it on the microphone?
So, members, were you all here at the meeting on the 29th of October? Not for all of it, okay. Councillor Griffin.
I'm not entirely sure at this point.
Because if you weren't here, you can't approve the minutes.
I don't think I did approve the minutes. I didn't raise my hand.
Turn it off. So on the 29th, I've got present me, Thornborough, Dryden, Flaubert, Howard, Illingworth, Todd Jones. And on the 1st...
The 29th again.
Oh, God, I really
First is underneath.
Oh,
Sorry, I'll take that one.
that's the 29th.
And that's the first.
And the 1st is me, Bennett, Dryden, Flaubert, Griffin, Illingworth, Thornborough. Does that make sense?
Members, you'll know if you were here on the 29th of October. So if you were here, can you raise your hand, please?
Well, to be fair, sometimes, Vanessa, we have busy lives. We're not we're really not. I think that's right, isn't it? Yeah, because you were away, weren't you, Tim? Yeah. Okay, Vanessa? Right. I think we're all good then. Thank you very much, Vanessa, for clarifying that. Right, now, okay, so so the next item on the agenda is item 6, appeals information. So, Toby, do you want to introduce the item, please?
Thanks, Chair. This is just to note, really, what doesn't appear on this list, actually, which is probably members would be perhaps more interested in, is that we received the appeal for 21 Hobson Street last week prior to the compilation of this agenda. That's for the former cinema site, and some members may recall there was an informal hearing with regard to that application during the summer months. The inspector dismissed the appeal mainly on heritage grounds relating to the upper floors and their impact on the conservation area in the registered park and garden of Christ College, but also in terms of lack of plot division along Hobson Street, and there was some concern also expressed by the inspector around the possible retention of the cinema facade itself. So that decision is online. There is also a costs decision associated with that. There was a partial discrete award of costs against the council for a couple of matters that the inspector highlighted. Suffice to say, officers will be re-engaging with the owner of the site to understand whether there is scope. Now we have clarity in terms of the inspector's reasoning, whether there is scope for a reimagined scheme to come forward on that site that is viable and addresses the issues that the inspector raised.
Thanks for that, Toby. Any questions on that or anything in the document online? No. So I've got one. So, Toby, on the Anstey Hall, Maris Lane appeal waiting decision, do we know when we might get a response on that?
Don't have any indication, Chair, on that. What I should have said also actually is that we are due to get a decision on the Beehive Secretary of State call-in prior to the 6th of December is what we've been advised. So certainly on that big one that we're awaiting, we do know. But Anstey Hall, I'm sorry, there's no indication at the moment when that's going to arrive with us.
Okay, I think that's all on that item then. Thanks very much. Shall we get on to the planning items? So the next one on my list, I've got the revised agenda now, hold on. So it's land at Bateman Street. Right, so speakers. So we've got David Robinson, objector, and Rebecca Sant, applicant, and Councillor Bick, ward councillor, who may speak. So, David, do you want to go first? So you have... John's report. Oh, what am I doing? God, sorry. You've been there all that time as well, and I forgot, sorry. Yes, the presentation first. You want to turn your microphone off. I do apologise, David. I got mixed up there.
This petition...
David, if you... Not yet. I made a mistake.
Oh, sorry.
My mistake. Turn your microphone off. Presentation first, then you. It's all cockeyed today. Right. Now, presentation, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is John McAteer. I'm a Senior Planning Officer for the Greater Cambridgeshire Planning Authority. My application today is land at Bateman Street, which is a proposal for the alterations to the existing access, including improvements to the roadway by installing an impermeable surface, the introduction of an infiltration trench to provide drainage for the new impermeable surface, the removal of an existing hedgerow and its replacement, the provision of additional cycle parking for users of the Plant Growth Laboratory, and the resurfacing of St Mary's Access Road with delineation of a curb line for the pedestrian route. So this has been called into a planning committee by the delegation panel following 21 neighbour objections to the proposal. We've just got a site location plan here. So we can see Bateman Street along here, the access here, and the access road itself here. This is an existing block plan. Again, you can see a top-down view of that access and the parking area. And this might be more helpful for you. This is a satellite view. Again, we can see Bateman Street here and this access down here. And the hedge in question that will be removed, the yew hedge, is running down here, just along the back gardens of all these houses along Bateman Street. You can see the Sainsbury Laboratory here and the Botanical Gardens just behind. So I've got views facing east and west of the access that's going to be redone. And we can see, again, the hedge in question here, and these properties on Bateman Mews. And these photos from the gardens of 10 and 12 Bateman Mews, where we can see the size of the hedge. And this is a proposed block plan showing the asphalt surface of the new road, speed bump, and cycle parking. So this is a proposed planting detail. We've got verges reseeded with grass seed mix after roadworks. We've got the yew hedge here to be removed and replaced with a multi-species hedge of similar size following works to the road and drain. And these trees will be maintained in this area with 6 additional ones to reach B&G metric. So this is a close-up of that proposed hedge replacement. So we can see the different colours here are the multiple species that will be used in the replacement of the hedge. And more here. And this section of the yew hedge would be retained as it lies within the root protection area of a tree protected. And this is the final stretch of the hedge with this element of the hedge retained in its entirety. And again, we have all trees retained and 6 new ones planted here, here, and here. The new parking layout here, and the new cycle parking. And lastly, we've got a proposed hedgerow section, just to give you an idea of the size and layout of what the hedge will look like when in place. So I'll go through the application history and the consultee responses. An application was submitted in 2024 and subsequently withdrawn due to objections from the Landscape and Trees team and the Local Highways Authority. The Landscape and Trees team did not want trees to be removed from the site. The current application does not remove any trees, and tree protection information has been provided. The Local Highways team objected because the proposal did not accord with Cambridge Council's construction specification regarding a Dutch curb. The current application has removed the curb and Highways have not objected this time. The current application has received no objections from Conservation, Highways, Environmental Health, Landscaping or the Trees team. Trees officers have advised that there is no arboricultural reason why the development cannot proceed subject to the arboricultural method statement. And subsequent informal consultations have added that the multi-species hedge improves upon the biodiversity of the existing site. We've had holding objections from ecology and drainage which have been overcome with the provision of additional information. 21 objections have been received from neighbours and interested parties. The objections from neighbours principally concern the removal of the yew hedge, which runs along the boundary of the site, disputes over the age of the hedge, how trees on site will be irrigated, and the impact of proposed tree planting upon adjacent properties along Bateman Mews. The applicant has advised that the yew hedge along the boundary with the properties on Bateman Mews needs to be removed to allow for the construction of an infiltration trench, which will enable the construction and longevity of the impermeable surfacing of the roadway. A part of the yew hedge located close to the RPI of a protected tree on site will be retained, as we've seen earlier. The applicant has advised that there is a water tank beneath the current car parking area, which has and will continue to serve trees and other vegetation. 15 trees were originally proposed for planting, including several within the replacement hedge, which was a concern for neighbours who could lose light to their gardens and south-facing windows. The proposal has been amended to remove all proposed trees from the replacement hedge. The total number of trees to be planted has been reduced to 6, with no subsequent amenity impact identified. So the material considerations as the LPA sees it, works are deemed necessary to keep the access to the Sainsbury Lab, Plant Growth Lab and Botanical Gardens viable. We've had no objections to the works from the Highways team, no objection to the pruning, removal of the hedge from the Trees team, citing the lack of visibility and legislative protection. And residential amenity will be protected by conditions requested by the Environmental Health team and the reduction in the proposed tree planting we've already discussed. So this is how we see it in terms of approval. These are necessary works to the access. There's no inherent legal protection for the hedge, and greater biodiversity will be achieved with the replacement hedge, although there is the loss of a valued and historic yew hedge. Nevertheless, officers are recommending approval in this case. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Yeah. So any questions of clarification, members, before we go to speakers? I'll ask one, so, at least one anyway. So the hedge, there's a question about the age of the hedge from representations made. It's been described as historic in your refusal point on line there. So perhaps the age of the hedge might be useful to know. There's one other question of clarification, sort of, I think, which is, no, I'll leave that till later when we get into debate, I think. So just that one, unless there's any others. Oh, Councillor Flaubert, you got one as well? Question of clarification?
Thank you, Chair. I have a question about the meaning of low biodiversity. Is that could be answered now or later?
I think now's okay, yeah. Let's do those two first then, and then any more after that. So what's the meaning of low biodiversity and how old is the hedge?
Okay, so in terms of age, there has been some confusion about this. Originally, the applicant advised me that the hedge was 10 years old. Subsequent to that, we've been advised that parts of the hedge were planted in 1958 and more recent parts were planted in 2011. But I can't provide a more detailed breakdown than that.
And the second question about low biodiversity?
So the existing hedge is entirely a yew hedge. It's formed of a single species. The proposed replacement would be a multi-species hedge. So that means that multiple parts of it would be formed of different species of hedge. So ecology have advised that that is preferable because it provides greater biodiversity.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Flaubert?
Sort of. So it means that it's like mono species, so one type of species only?
That's correct, yeah. So just yew all along the hedge currently, and the proposed replacement would be formed of multiple different species of hedging.
Councillor Todd Jones.
Yes, one of my questions has been sort of answered, which was about the biodiversity net gain in relation to the hedge and the different species. So the other query, the section of the hedge that is being retained, there was a second, do you know, and perhaps you don't from your previous comments, whether that's one of the mature sections or whether it's one of the newer sections?
I can't be absolutely certain, no, sorry. Let me go back a second to that. No, I don't have that information at this time, I'm sorry.
Any more? Yes, Councillor Illingworth.
Yes, am I right in thinking this access road is wheeled traffic only, not pedestrian?
It's it's motor traffic and cycle traffic as well.
Okay, Councillor Illingworth.
Sorry, so no pedestrians at all, because there's no provision for pedestrian to walk.
Officially
separate
no, but
from
officially no, but pedestrians do
Don't
still
interrupt.
use.
Hang on.
Oh, sorry.
Carry on, Councillor.
Sorry, yeah, there's no separation between on the roadway, and one of the diagrams has a pedestrian actually on the roadway next to a car.
There will be delineation with the proposed works, so that will make that clearer.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we can ask any more questions later if that's all right then, under debate. So let's get to speakers then. So, David, you have 3 minutes.
He has a picture that John has agreed to show, which wasn't listed.
Right, you've got a picture then apparently, David, to show while you speak. So, John, is that in the public domain?
It is available on our online access, yeah.
Okay, so can we share that? Is that the picture up on screen now, is it?
That's one of the ones that was sent to me, yeah. That's the view of the hedge from Mr. Robinson's property at number 10.
So we got your picture, so 3 minutes to speak then, David, when you're ready.
Thank you. Yesterday, the applicant confirmed the hedge age as 68 years, with the smaller part 14 years in age. The 68-year-old section is basically covering 80% of Bateman Mews. The hedge is a sole remnant of the old winter garden in the Botanical Gardens, which was built in the early 50s. I believe a heritage statement is needed along with a statutory consultation with Historic England and the Garden Trust. Until this is done, I don't think the committee can decide on this planning application. Included in the Sainsbury's Laboratory application, that was 2007, when the Sainsbury's Laboratory was built, an access road was constructed adjacent to the boundary of Bateman Mews, which is about 5 metres from the properties. See the photos. The binding provision made in that planning application included retention and extension of the existing yew hedge. The yew hedge was a mitigating factor for residents in relation to noise, dust, privacy and security. We request that no planning decision should be made until the historical heritage and the Grade 2 listing requirements, the Botanical Gardens Grade 2 listed, of the yew hedge has been further investigated. There may also be a requirement of the Protection Regulations 1997 as a protected hedge. Should the application be approved, we request that the design should be revised to include, as far as possible, a like-for-like hedge replacement. It's requested that the boundary hedge should be changed from a mixed planting, including deciduous species, to a semi-mature continuous evergreen yew, which will continue to provide residents with privacy, noise reduction and security all the year round, be consistent with the overall design of the Sainsbury's courtyard. You probably can't see it, but there's hedging in the courtyard of yew type, and maintain the element of the historical hedge which it replaces. Any biodiversity gain requirement can easily be mitigated by planting elsewhere in the Botanic Garden. Finally, with additional requests, The construction methods should be such that no damage or disturbance is caused to adjacent properties, i.e. from vibration and compaction by the machinery, etc. Maintenance and replacement of parts of the hedge that die within 10 years should be specified as a condition. Residents should be consulted about construction planning and temporary screening during the construction phase. Essentially, if the hedge has to come down, it comes down at a certain time of year, the road gets built later,
Just 3
what
minutes,
happens
just finish off.
until the hedge is re-established.
Brilliant, thanks very much. If you want to turn your microphone off then, please. Thanks very much, David. Okay, so the applicant speaks now. So Rebecca, you want to come forward to a public? Yep. So you're the applicant. You've got 3 minutes to speak also when you're ready. Do you want to take that picture down off the screen now, I think, then? Thanks.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the officer for the comprehensive report, which clearly addresses all relevant planning considerations. The university is in full agreement with the conclusions and recommendations set out within the report. The condition of the existing access road has become unsatisfactory and now presents potential safety risks, particularly due to the failure of the current drainage system. The proposed replacement of this access road will provide a long-term solution, delivering improved surfacing and ensuring that appropriate drainage is maintained and installed. This application follows the withdrawal of a previous submission during which concerns were raised by highways and landscape officers. And prior to that earlier application, the proposals were also shared with residents and a meeting was held to discuss the proposal and listen to their concerns and feedback, with further amendments made to the proposal prior to the submission of that application. In response to the feedback received during the first application, the university has made several changes. The Dutch curb, which was previously proposed at the entrance, has been removed. The segregated pedestrian and cycle route, which was also proposed within the Botanic Gardens site, has also been removed, following concerns raised by residents that this was moving it closer to the boundary. The access road will now remain in its existing location, allowing additional space for planting along the boundary. Further amendments have also been made during this application, including the removal of the originally proposed trees along the boundary, following the concerns raised by residents. After the withdrawal of the earlier application, the university undertook an assessment to determine whether the existing hedge could be retained. Unfortunately, a significant section of the hedge must be removed to enable the replacement of the existing geogrid surface with asphalt and to install the required infiltration trench along the northern edge to provide the drainage. The yew hedge will be replaced with a mixed species hedge that will enhance biodiversity to meet the BNG requirements. The proposed development will deliver a net gain in habitat biodiversity of 10.06% and a net gain in hedgerow biodiversity of 122%. The replacement hedge will serve the same form and function for local residents. It's important to emphasise that a road already exists in this location and the overall use will remain unchanged. The university has taken meaningful steps to address residents' concerns. However, it's simply not feasible to retain the hedge while also providing the drainage essential for the effective long-term functioning of the access road. The proposed works are necessary, proportionate and in accordance with relevant planning policies. There's no objections from statutory consultees and the scheme delivers a clear biodiversity net gain. For these reasons, the university respectfully asks members to support the officer's recommendation and approve the application.
Right, thanks very much, Rebecca. So, Councillor Bick, your ward councillor in Market Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, the application is not site is not my ward. The residents are my ward. The hedge is the boundary for the ward. The points I just wanted to emphasise on this are as follows. The request that residents have made for the replacement hedge to be yew, as is obviously not meeting the biodiversity net gain requirement, but the significance of this hedge to them is one of amenity. The hedge is incredibly close. You must wonder why there are 21 objections. The hedge is incredibly close to the rear of their properties, and the significance of this hedge is really quite important given that it's a semi-industrial track that we're talking about being created. So I'm asking really if officers could clarify whether it would be possible to condition for the hedge to continue, the replacement hedge to be continue to be to provide the year-round cover that residents have at the moment. And the second point is in relation to the height of the hedge. I'm a little unclear from the report in 10.3 whether the replacement hedge, whether it would be 1.5 metres at least on planting, or whether that is what it would ultimately become. I mean, if it is 1.5 metres on planting, that is good, but suggests also that these would be relatively mature plants making up the hedge, and raises the next point, really, which is that I think there is a standard tree condition which committee often sees, which provides for replacement by the developer within 10 years if it fails. And I think that mature specimen often has a higher rate of failure, and so that would be a significant provision. So really it's confirming about the height at planting, what is actually meant by what's said in the report. Secondly, about a condition for 10 years replacement if there is failure. And the third is, could it be conditioned that the hedge be replanted still as but that the biodiversity net gain be found elsewhere within the park? And if we think about it as a botanical garden, that is not an impossible ask, and I'm sure would be easily possible if the committee was minded for it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Beck. Right, no more councillors. So just a few questions of clarification, I think there are. Let's go through what I see as being them before we get into debate general. So there was a point from one of the speakers about the need for a heritage statement, John, and also the question about the size and possibly maturity of the hedge that would be planted if a new hedge was planted. As I know myself from my own experience that hedges can be bought as little sort of whips, I think they're called, I think something like that, or they can be bought as a fully mature bit of hedging. I've done it myself for Arbury Road when we had a cycleway up there. And the 1.5 metres, whether that's the height of the hedge on planting or whether that's the proposed final height of the hedge, or possibly both, I suppose. And then also what happens if it fails within 10 years, whether it's going to be replaced, and if it's replaced, I guess also with, if it is mature hedging, whether it's replaced with more mature hedging or whether it's replaced with little sort of whips of hedge to grow. So I hope you're an expert on hedges, John, but do your best.
I'll hand over to Toby for the first of those questions, if you don't mind, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. So yeah, the speakers raised an issue concerning kind of heritage, which kind of reflects on the fact that the application site itself form is within the wider registered parks and gardens, which of botanic gardens, which is grade 2 star. And of course, there is, as a requirement of that, a need for special regard to be had as to the desirability of preserving or enhancing that particular asset, which is embedded through the Levelling Up and Regeneration Act 2023, section 102. There was a matter of process around consultation that the speaker has raised, specifically with regard to Historic England, and I think also with the Gardens Trust, neither of which are names which appear within the officer report, and I'm not clear whether they've been specifically consulted through this planning application as I read it. Just to be clear, the officer position is that whilst the hedge may be historic in the sense that it's certainly kind of older in parts than the 10 or 14 years as cited going back to 1958. Its heritage significance in the sense of the wider registered park and garden does not appear to be part of the listing in terms of its significance that the Historic England have on their website. Nonetheless, I think it would be prudent if members are minded to support the recommendation, and we can come back to this, to include a delegation to officers to further consult the Gardens Trust and Historic England on whether they have any heritage concerns arising from the particular proposal. As I said, officers do not think that that is the case, but I certainly think that probably is a part of the process that would need to be delegated should members be minded to support the recommendation. I'll turn to John to cover off the other issues, Chair.
I think, John, just before you go on, let's just get a bit more clarity there, because I'm not quite clear. So are you saying, Toby, that we don't need to defer this item to get that information? You're saying that we can make a decision today, and then we can get that information, and then we can go from there?
Chair, I think that's provided that there are no issues, objections raised in terms of heritage harm from either of those two bodies, Historic England or the Gardens Trust, to the proposal. As I said, the Conservation Officer has not raised any issue in terms of heritage harm, and the hedge itself does not appear as part of the statutory listing as something that contributes towards the reason why the Parks and Garden were listed in the first place. But I do see that there is an issue of process here that the local planning authority should rightly follow, should it be minded to grant planning permission. I thank the objector for bringing that to the attention of officers.
So, if I may, I think I am hesitant for us to make a decision before we have all the information we need to make a decision, but Toby has laid it out there. It's fairly straightforward. I presume that information would go to Chair, Vice Chair and Spokes, I reckon. And I presume also the decision wouldn't be given until that information was gotten. So we wouldn't actually, we might make a decision today, but the decision wouldn't be delivered to the applicant until we had that information on the table. And if the information, to paraphrase hopefully correctly, what Toby has said, if the information that came in was contrary to what Toby is expecting to be the case, then that item would have to come back to committee. I'm presuming, yes, he's nodding. So that seems to be acceptable to me. Councillor Flaubert, is it about this item?
Yes, Chair. I'm also concerned about the fact that the application or the applicant hasn't done a ecological survey, independent. And I think given the importance of the site near to the botanical gardens, this is actually very important and very relevant, because we are, or the officers are too much relying on the statement that no ecological damage has been or will be made. So if we're going to defer this for further information, I think then something like a requirement of an independent engineer survey is actually very useful.
Right, thanks very much for that, Councillor. So, John, are you able to answer that question first before you answer the other questions about the hedge, or defer to Toby if you need to?
Thank you, Chair. Well, the applicants did perform an ecological walkover, which was reviewed by our ecology team, and they were satisfied with the measures that will be taken.
That's your answer then, councillor. Are you satisfied with that, or do you want to come back?
Not completely, because although they have very nicely presented and demonstrated that habitat biodiversity net gain, we have not seen what we're going to lose with the loss of that hedge. So the impact on the species, for example, nest birding, it hasn't been explained.
Okay, I'll come back to you, John, but there is an informative on nesting in the pack. But do you want to respond more fully to that, John?
Well, I'm not sure I'm qualified to definitively say the ecological benefits or harm that the loss of the hedge will cause, but as you say, we do have the informative about nesting, which ecology recommended. So from the LPA's position, that has been addressed.
Okay, Councillor Flaubert?
Well, we have the Environment Act 2021. As the application has come today, we actually breaching or not complying effectively with the local plan, number 70, the biodiversity to minimize and then compensate. I'm not an expert of this, but I think we lack of conditions on this application if it's going to go through, but also the fact that we're not considering what we're going to lose, I think is very relevant. And I don't see why this could not be done before we consider this, so we know what species are there, because even though the officer rightly explained before that they are mono-use species, still there are other species invertebrate. It's like a corridor for the botanical garden. So I'm not completely satisfied with the presentation that we had today. I have concerns, too many concerns.
All right, thanks very much, Councillor. Hold on, Toby. I'll just say, I mean, you can have some more debate if we wish, but what I would say is it sounds like you're not content with the amount of information you've got. So that would lead you to proposing a deferment. You'd need a seconder and then we'd have a vote on that. But what I normally do in these situations is ask councillors just to bear with for a small period of time so we have a bit more debate and then we can decide, we can all decide whether we want to vote in favour of deferment or not, should that be what you want to propose. But Toby, you want to say something? And by the way, we had Environment Act 2021 then and Conditions 70 local plan that got raised.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I mean, it's clear that the Council's ecology officers looked at the application, is satisfied with the level of information that's been provided, and further you've heard from the case officer that the re-provided hedge will provide a richer species mix for biodiversity. So I don't think officers are going to shift on the position that, as presented, the application is suitable in terms of the level of information that's come forward to support it. And as I said, the ecology officer has looked at this together with the kind of wider designation to the Botanic Gardens.
Right, thanks, Toby. So I'm going to go back to general debate now, but just hold that one, Councillor Flaubert, if you want to come back to that. So there were some questions on the table about the hedge and details re the hedge. So could you respond to those, please, John?
Thank you, Chair. So to clarify, I think for the height of the hedge, I understood from the plans and drawings that I've been given that the hedge will be planted at 1.5 metres in height and will be maintained at 1.8 once it reaches that height. So if I've understood everything correctly, it will be 1.5 metres high at the point of planting. Secondly, I believe biodiversity will need to be achieved elsewhere if the hedge is put in as a mono-species hedge, as you once again. And I have no objections to a 10-year replacement condition for any hedge that fails to root.
Righto, more questions? Yeah, anyone? Councillor Todd Jones?
We'll just say thanks for the clarification about the height, but it is referenced in the condition 17, section 17 report point 3, as you say, retain a height no more than 1.8 metres. I'm kind of minded in terms of a condition on like-for-like replacement of the hedge on the proviso that the biodiversity net gain can be achieved elsewhere to support that condition personally.
I was going to ask about that, yeah. Let's get that one covered off first before I come to Councillor Griffin. So one of the speakers did suggest that we could have a like-for-like U replacement. Now, obviously, we don't normally redesign schemes on the table, but I don't know whether that comes within the bounds of redesign or not, but do you consider that to be a possibility, John, that we could do that, condition that?
We could. It's not for me to say if the applicant can bring that forward or not at this stage.
That's a bit waffly. I don't know what that means to me. Can we say we want a U hedge or not, yes or no?
Yes, I can't tell you how the applicant would achieve the biodiversity net gain otherwise, but they may be able to.
Right, did you want to come back on that, Councillor Todd Jones, or not?
Sorry, I thought you were commenting earlier that the biodiversity net gain could be achieved elsewhere.
Well, it's all combined, so the biodiversity of the hedge is part of that calculation. If we lose that to a monospecies hedge, then they will have to make it up elsewhere.
Toby, you're going to come in?
That's right, Councillor. So the standard biodiversity net gain condition allows off-site credits to be purchased, and the consequence of, I guess, your suggestion being carried as a requirement of any planning permission is that ultimately the credits off-site, the number of credits off-site would have to increase, which is an additional cost to the applicant. And I would ask you to kind of bear in mind the fact that the kind of species mix of the proposed hedge is something that has been kind of encouraged and agreed with the council's landscape officer.
All right, let's mull that one over. So, Councillor Griffin.
Yeah, just a comment that I would like to support Councillor Bick's requests.
You mean the one about the U hedge going in?
Yes, and the other conditions that he suggested. They seemed reasonable.
Okay, right. I think we better just have that clear. So it's the U hedge, and what else was it that you were confirming?
The condition that any damage or failure of within 10 years be addressed.
Okay, I think we already had that confirmed. Okay, just the U hedge then. So, Councillor Illingworth?
Yes, the speaker referred to the possibility that the new hedge might include deciduous species. Do we know if that is the case, or will the proposed hedge be evergreen species?
John?
I can't say, unfortunately. There is multiple species involved in the hedge. Some may be evergreen and some not.
Councillor Flaubert?
I think that this is exactly why we should have a surveyed condition as well, because if you are not sure of what the existing animals or invertebrate are there, this is why we need a condition that actually says, you know, a full survey of the existing youth hedge. At the moment, that will be saying the nesting birds, but also possibly now they do like a 30-year monitoring biodiversity net, not 10 years. I think 10 years is sufficient, and we can add a condition. Can I just say it where, Chair? Now or later?
Just go now, yeah.
Yeah. So that condition could go and after number 2. The development hereby permitted shall be carried out in accordance with the approved plans. So a 30-year biodiversity gain monitoring, Chair, basically a list of species. I would like this to be specified, because if we're going to lose how many years? 68 years hedge for a new one that we don't know how long it's going to take to grow to get that gain that they actually advising us, then it is very important to have this clarification in advance. And 30 years now, it's not a long time. So evidence secure that it will be managed, appropriately managed.
Thank you, Councillor Flaubert. Toby, I think, was going to come back on the 30-year thing, I think.
Yeah, so as part of any off-site credits, those credits would have to be purchased by a kind of registered provider of biodiversity net gain, and registered providers of biodiversity net gain are bound by 30-year management plans. So when an applicant purchases the credits and the conditions discharged, the authority has the confidence that those credits which are delivered, say, for example, in Fulbourn or in the city, that there is a management regime in place, and with those sites that are registered certainly within Cambridge and South Cambridgeshire, the council already has a series of Section 106 agreements that derives a monitoring contribution for us to ensure that the biodiversity is appropriately managed. So, Councillor, you do not need to worry about how the off-site credit scheme is going to be managed and delivered. There is a point perhaps here around whether the council wants to exercise further control over how the hedge is managed, and the basic elements of, I think, seeking to kind of replace parts of hedge if it fails via a 10-year condition, which is more than standard in terms of replacement timeframe, is perfectly reasonable. Going beyond that to a longer period is way beyond where any standard conditions that the authority would ever use. So I think a 10-year replacement period is absolutely fine in terms of its management and as far as officers are concerned. Hopefully that kind of clears up those two issues for you in terms of how the regime operates, Councillor.
Does it, Councillor?
Partly.
Okay, thank you. Well, hold on that. So I just say that I quite like these edges that are mixed up with different things in them, but I completely understand residents and also the advice, well, not so much the advice, the statement by the ward councillor, which is pertinent to, you know, the idea of keeping or re-providing a U hedge. So I can see both sides of the argument, but perhaps more importantly today, we've got a request by one of our members for that we need a heritage statement, and we also need an ecological survey, and that's a potential source for a deferment if you wish to support that.
Need to come in again then, Chair.
Yeah, Toby.
Sorry, Chair. My understanding is that the application does include a heritage statement within it that talks about the application, so it'd be a case of consulting Historic England and the Gardens Trust on what's contained already within the application.
Sorry, it's the Historic England part of the heritage statement, I suppose, isn't it, that we need? So Historic England and ecological survey, am I correct in that bit? They've had a walk around, but there's not a survey report, is that correct? As I understand, John?
I believe so, yes.
So just to be clear on what we might be deferring about or voting on deferment. So Councillor Flaubert, unless there's any other debate, those were the two parts I think that you were keen to have before we make a decision. So Historic England and Ecological Survey. So we're looking to potentially vote on a deferment of that if we have a second there. John, is that, we'll go with that? Okay, so Councillor Flaubert, is that where you are with that? You want to propose a
Yes, I'm
deferment?
proposing that, Chair, if I may. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, is there a seconder for that? Yes, we have seconder, Councillor Howard. So we'll have a vote on that then. So members, just to be clear, we're voting on the need to bring to committee Historic England and, what they say on it, and also the Agricultural Survey. So all those in favour of that? That's 5. All those against? And abstentions? So that's carried. So the item is deferred and we'll come back to a future meeting of this committee and we'll aim to get those things in it next time so that we can decide the item. So thank you very much to the speakers and to the ward councillor for coming to speak today. At this stage, it's now after 12, isn't it? So just after 12. So if we come back at 1 o'clock, then please, we'll have a lunch break for 45 minutes as normal and come back at 1 o'clock and then in the last 2 planning items of the day. Thank you very much.
Yes. We're just starting. Welcome back to the afternoon session of this planning committee. I'm Councillor Katie Thornborough, and I will be chair for this half of the committee. We will be moving on to item 7 of the agenda. Before we start on this, I'd like to ask again if there are any declarations of interest that are relevant to this item. Okay, so nobody has indicated that they have any relevant interest in this declarations to make. Thank you very much. We are also joined by public speakers for this item. We will have Hilary Bourdillon.
So she submitted a written statement.
Okay, she has a Kite resident, and she has provided a written statement which will not be read out in the committee, at this committee. We have Kate Wood on behalf of Willow Walk residents, an objector, and we have Dr. Carrie Herbert, who's the applicant, and Tim Bick, ward councillor.
Go through all of this? Yes, this is from the script. Yeah,
Okay, from
planning officer to introduce.
Okay, yes. I'd like to now hand over to the planning officer to introduce this item. I'd just like to say that there are 2 applications for this item. One is the full planning application, and one is the listed building consent application. We will be dealing these are 2 different applications, and we will have a separate presentation for the listed buildings application on which we will take a separate vote. So we are looking now at the full planning application.
Vice Chair, Katie.
Oh, sorry, yes. Because this is a planning application, I am usually the vice chair of the committee, but now as I am chair, we need to select a vice chair of the committee because this is we're looking at a planning application. The vice chair, so we need to do that because they may need to be involved, possibly. So we'll need to put that in place. So would one of the committee members be able to put themselves forward as vice chair for this committee? So Councillor Dryden has proposed Councillor Todd Jones. Is that acceptable?
Yes, okay. Hopefully it's just going to be a technicality. Thank you, Chair.
Can we have a seconder for that, please? Councillor Griffin has seconded that. Thank you, Councillor Todd Jones. Okay, now we will hand over to the case officer to present this.
Chair, I think we need to...
Sorry, apologies. We need to have a show of hands for that decision. Can we see a show of hands? I think that's anybody objecting, and there's no abstentions either. Thank you very much. Now I'll hand over to the case officer. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just share my screen. Okay, so my name's Charlotte P. I'm a senior planning officer at the Greater Cambridgeshire Planning Service, and with me today I have Gail Broom, who's a principal conservation officer. So my application is at 49 New Square in Cambridge, and the application is for a single-storey dwelling with garden and off-street car parking. And this is the full application. The listed building application will be heard as part of the next item. So just to give some updates, so we've had additional representation since the report was completed. So the applicant has produced a letter from Forster's solicitors. They've written on behalf of the applicant to comment on the substantial harm which the Conservation Officer has suggested the proposal would result in. They aim to summarise the views on how the harm should be categorised based on case law and suggest that where a building is not being altered, there's a higher burden to demonstrate substantial harm. They outline their views, including that the building is not architecturally significant, that the garden is not visible from the public highway, that there is no private legal right of view, the proposal site is not within the original curtilage, and that they believe any harm is outweighed by the public benefit of having a residential dwelling in the city centre. Another representation has also been submitted from a neighbouring occupier in response to that letter. They suggest that the legal framework for determining harm should be based on the NPPF and the Listed Building and Conservation Areas Act, and that the more relevant points to consider in light of this are that the building is listed and therefore benefits from special protection. They note the site is publicly visible and that the garden does inform the setting of the building irrespective of historical alterations. They suggest that committee should consider the views of the Conservation Officer rather than rely on the letter. So just in response to that, our view is that the proposal does result in substantial harm to the setting of the listed building and less than substantial harm to the setting of the listed buildings at Willow Walk and the conservation area. I'll expand on those points in later slides. Heritage harm can occur even without public views, but in this case, the proposal is substantially visible from public views as it would extend over the walls, over the boundary walls. Historic England guidance is clear in this, that the contribution that a setting makes to the significance of a heritage asset does not depend on there being public rights of way, but in this case, both are applicable. So the officer recommendation is to refuse the application, and these are for two reasons. First is based on the impact to the character of the area. So the refusal reason reads, the existing site makes a distinct and positive contribution to the character and appearance of the locality due to its open and undeveloped nature. By virtue of the proposed dwelling's siting, size, design and appearance, it would diminish these positive qualities and adversely impact the character and appearance of the area. I won't read the policies, but they are there on the screen and in the officer report. The second reason for refusal is based on the heritage harm. So this outlines the proposal site is located in the setting of number 49 New Square, numbers 2 to 17 Willow Walk, and within the Kite Conservation Area. The garden of 49 New Square makes an essential and unique contribution to the setting of the listed building and the character and appearance of the Kite Conservation Area. The proposed built form would remove the open aspect of the garden, remove and truncate the walls and result in an overly oppressive and cramped form adjacent to the listed building. So I just want to touch on heritage harm because this is likely to be the key consideration with this application. So I've prepared a slide and some words on that. So the NPPF, the National Planning Policy Framework, outlined that heritage assets, including listed buildings and conservation areas, are an irreplaceable resource and outlined that great weight should be given to their conservation. Section 66 of the Listed Building and Conservation Areas Act state that the local authority should have special regard to the desirability of preserving the building and its setting. So heritage assets are designated due to their significance. Usually this is either historically or architecturally, but there are other considerations too. The significance of a building can be harmed through alteration to the asset or development within its setting. On the slide, I have borrowed a graphic from the conservation area team, which we call the harmometer or the or a harm fan. It shows the range of impact to a heritage asset. So on the left-hand side of the fan is enhancement. So this would be where you would highlight the significance of a heritage asset. Neutral is no harm to the heritage asset. And then on the right-hand side of the slide, this is the harm impacts. So this can be characterised into less than substantial harm or substantial harm, worsening as it goes further to the right of the fan, depending on the impact. It is for the decision maker to indicate the level of harm that would result from the proposal. And in this case, the conservation officer and I have suggested that the proposal would result in substantial harm. So I'll just point on here. So we suggest that there's substantial harm over in this category. Sorry, let me. As well as less than substantial harm to the conservation area and the listed buildings to the rear. The NPPF is very clear that whatever level of harm, less than substantial or substantial, this should require clear and convincing justification and should be weighed against public benefits. In the case of substantial harm, the NPPF states that applications that result in this should be refused unless the benefits that result are substantial and outweigh this harm. Officers are of the view that the public benefits of one new sustainable and accessible dwelling would not outweigh the harm that would result from the proposal. If there are any further questions about harm or heritage impact, I do have the Conservation Officer with me, so any questions can come forward later. So just to go through the plans now, this is the existing and proposed site plan. So you can see the red line, which goes round part of the garden of number 49 New Square. You can see the existing dwelling here, the existing pedestrian access here, and then the full extent of the garden is highlighted by the sort of green landscaped elements there. This is the proposed site plan. So you can see the single dwelling that's proposed. It is of a single story and has sort of two wings that separate the living areas in the dwelling and the bedroom area. You can see here that a new pedestrian access would be is proposed at the front of the site, as well as a garden area, and to the rear there is a parking area proposed that would be accessed from Willow Walk, and a new opening in the walls at the rear would be created to facilitate this. So this is an existing aerial view on this side, so you can see how number 49 New Square is quite unique in this location, given the extent of its garden, hence why the conservation area appraisal highlights this as a unique and positive space with the open garden that exists, in contrast to some of the other properties in the area. And this is a visualisation produced by the applicants that shows the building sort of in 3D, if you like. So you can see how that open green gap is completely filled by the new proposed dwelling. This is the proposed ground floor plan. So similar to what we saw previously, you can just see a little bit more inside the dwelling. So the living quarters in here, as I alluded to, and the bedrooms on this side, with entrances on both sides for the pedestrian access and the vehicular access. I've got some site photographs as well. So this is from the New Square side. Here is the existing pedestrian access and the existing listed dwelling. And then I've sort of moved the camera around here to look towards the existing gap and garden. You can see the garden is well landscaped, and there are some trees in the garden, here and here and here. And then I've just come slightly further along towards number 48. So you can see there's some existing modern development adjacent to the site here, next to the open gap that remains at number 48. And this is again just looking back towards those gaps. So here you can see Number 49, the listed building, and just to the rear you catch glimpses of the listed buildings at Willow Walk. Here's a wider picture just to show a little bit more of that context. Here is the existing south elevation, so again looking from New Square. So you can see the existing dwelling, the Willow Walk properties to the rear, and they've sort of put an outline of the dwelling where that would sit. This is the proposed elevation, so you can see the building would be clearly visible above the boundary walls from the New Square side, and the open aspect of the garden would be completely filled by the proposed dwelling. This is a visualisation produced by the applicant again, so this is kind of back on the grassed area at New Square. So you can see again the existing dwelling here and the proposed dwelling here. So it really creates that kind of visual block of built form and reduces that open, unique nature of the site. This is an existing view from New Square and proposed. So again, I'll just flick between the two. You can see the dwelling popping up in between that gap there. And this is another view proposed here. So you can see the built form of the new dwelling again in this gap from this angle. This is a view from Willow Walk. So just where the red arrow indicates, I'm looking back towards the existing dwelling. You can partially see the boundary walls that exist along the rear of the site. This is just further along where there's a substation and the access to that. This is the existing vehicular access that the number 49 relies on for its parking spaces. And this is just a view down Willow Walk and perhaps highlights that boundary wall a little bit better. So to make the vehicular access, part of that rear wall would be removed. The walls are curtilage listed and obviously are important to the setting of the listed building. This is a sort of a dwelling or a flat that was approved just along Willow Walk, just to show you how that sits in the context. And these are the existing and proposed elevations from the rear. So you can see the wall and the access gate that would slide to allow for the vehicular access. This is an existing view along Willow Walk and then proposed. So you can see the dwelling and sort of its height and scale in this section here, and the vehicular access. This is a tree survey that was produced by the applicants just to clarify the tree removals. So there's 3 tree removals proposed as part of building the new dwelling, and these are T2, T1 and T6. T2 has some public amenity value, and also T3, which is fortunately retained, also has some amenity value, and you probably saw a little bit of that in the images from New Square. So moving on to the planning balance now. So the application results in significant detrimental impacts to the character and appearance of the area through the loss of the unique open garden space at number 49. The proposal results in substantial harm to the setting of the Grade 2 listed building, number 49 New Square, and less than substantial, or sorry, I think that's slightly incorrect. What my report refers to is less than substantial harm to the conservation area and the Grade 2 listed buildings at Willow Walk. And the reasons for approval is that there's the creation of a residential dwelling within a sustainable location. The sustainability statement submitted suggests that the dwelling could exceed policy requirements on sustainability, and it would meet policy requirements on accessibility. So officers do not believe that the approval reasons outweigh the significant heritage harm and harm to the character and appearance of the area, and therefore recommend that the application should be refused. Thank you.
Thank you, Case Officer. So now, members, we're doing this where we have points of clarification. So if you have, this is not discussion, this is just points of any clarification that you would like to ask the officer to explain. Councillor Howard.
Yeah, thank you. When this was previously at committee, I asked around the status of number of inhabitants at the property, whether it would remain as a single title. I think the answer was it was a civil matter, but I think that is relevant in this case because of the size of the property that would be created if it was one single dwelling. So just a confirmation of whether there would be any considerations for larger number of occupants in the future.
Hand over to Case Officer.
Yeah, so the dwelling is proposed as a single dwelling. It has 2 bedrooms, so that sort of, by virtue of that, limits the number of occupants. Yeah, I think that's all I have to say.
But crucially, it becomes a single dwelling with the house. That's my question.
Yes, I think, can I, if you don't mind, Councillor Howard, this is an application for an additional dwelling, a new separate dwelling. So on the land that's there now, it's a single dwelling, and this will be a new dwelling, and it's not to be used in association with the house. It's a completely new and separate dwelling. Yeah.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Thank you.
I have a couple of points. Perhaps you referred to curtilage, and you also refer to setting. And I wondered if you could maybe just explain a little bit more the difference between a curtilage and the setting. Thank you.
Yes, no problem. So the curtilage is a term to describe an area around a building, and it's usually defined by consideration of ownership, past and present, and the functional associations and the layout. So often the curtilage could be the garden in simple terms of a dwelling, but sort of the legal term of that covers a wider area depending on those factors. Setting is different to that. It's specific to sort of heritage assets. So the setting is not itself a heritage asset. Its importance lies in what it contributes to the significance of a heritage asset or the ability to appreciate that significance, and is usually informed by the area around that building. I don't know if you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, setting isn't always just visual. It can be a change in noise and how you appreciate the asset. So if something changes in the setting, and it can be a detrimental effect to the listed asset itself. It's a broader concern.
Can I just, one other point? You used the term listed curtilage. Is there a difference between curtilage? Can there be a difference between curtilage and listed curtilage? And then after that, we'll go to Councillor Flo Blair.
Yes, curtilage is the area around a listed building, included within its curtilage. Within that, there might be building structures such as walls that are considered curtilage listed by the fact that they're attached to the building or that they were there before 1948. So it's a different, they're 2 separate things. So something can be classed as listed, but curtilage means that you can't develop within the curtilage of a listed building without planning permission, so it takes away some rights.
Councillor Flaubert.
Thank you, Chair. I have 2 questions. One is related to the historic setting, in particular to number 48. I don't think, or I don't remember that the officer mentioned if there has been any historic change within the building. And the other question I have is about the open space that is going to be lost. The officer showed an image before, and I'm interested if you could put again the image, but also explain whether the views for the public will be affected, or is it for number 48 or 49 specifically? Thank you.
So to answer your first question, there has been some change over time within the garden area and to the building. So in terms of built form, there was a conservatory added to the side of the building, which you probably saw in some of the images. And that's sort of the main external changes that I'm aware of for the building. In terms of the actual garden area, that has changed over time. I believe at one point it was used for car parking, just to the rear, and that does form part of the applicant's kind of the information they put forward with the application. I think that was around 1990, and then it was put back into use as a garden, and the sort of landscape has developed following that. And in terms of views from the public, so the site is very visible, both from the New Square side of the site and the Willow Walk side of the site, and at the moment makes a very positive contribution to the locality and sort of the conservation area. So for public viewers, they have that relationship kind of with the site. What we've put forward is that the proposal have a negative impact, both to the heritage impact and to those public views. People will see the proposed dwellings above the boundary walls. It spans that open space that is positive for the public at the moment. And that's kind of the change for the members of the public.
Councillor Flaubert, did you want a plan to be put up to clarify? Did you ask for a plan to be put up to highlight one of your...
Sorry, I missed that. Bear with me one moment. So sorry, was it a plan just to sort of understand the public viewpoint? Is that the key part? Okay, no problem. So this is probably quite a helpful image, the sort of aerial view here and the 3D image. So the site...
Can you put it on the screen view so it's a little bit bigger?
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
Here we go. Hopefully that helps a little bit when it's caught up. Yeah, there we go. So the sort of extent of the site associated with number 49 New Square runs from this boundary hedge to kind of the end of the green area over here, with a little bit there as well. So the public viewpoints to this site are from sort of New Square over here and kind of wider into the grassed area, and Willow Walk, which is a private road but obviously open to the public, and people use that to walk around, and then sort of the space, I suppose, around Short Street and the end here. So you can perhaps appreciate it a little bit more on here, where you've got the New Square Road in front, Willow Walk behind there as well. So it's quite public visible from different sides of the proposal site.
Any more questions of clarification? Councillor Todd Jones.
Thank you. Yeah, just going back to the planning balance, I think you had a clarification, didn't you, about where the substantial harm is and where the not so substantial harm is. Is that right? Can you just repeat that to be sure?
Sorry, I didn't have my microphone on then. Yes, sorry, I will clarify that. So I think it's just a typo in my planning balance screen, so I apologise for that, but I will just clarify. So in terms of the potential refusal reasons for the application, the first is the detrimental impacts to the character and appearance of the area. So that's about kind of that public view and the relationship of the site with its surrounding area. In terms of the heritage impacts, myself and the Conservation Officer agree that there is substantial harm to the setting of the Grade 2 listed building, number 49 New Square. So if you think back to the fan that I had on the screen, substantial harm is the one furthest round to the right, and I can bring that back if it helps. And then less than substantial harm, which is slightly less far round to the right, but still harmful, results to the grade 2 listed buildings on number 2 to 17 Willow Walk and the Kite Conservation Area. So that's the distinction. It is wrong on the slide. I apologise for that. That was just a typo on my behalf.
Okay, thank you. If we finish with the matters of clarification, then we will go to the public speakers now. To start, we'd have so we're going to start with those who are speaking against the application. We'd ask them to make their representations, and I remind you that you have 3 minutes to speak. I will stop you when you reach 3 minutes. You will be prompted to draw things to a conclusion 30 seconds before your time is up.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have Kate Wood on behalf of Willow Walk residents. Thank you. And we've been asked to show some pictures which the officer has confirmed is in the public domain, so that will be put up now.
Sorry, please bear with me while I get the images up. One moment. So Kate, if you want me to move them or anything, just let me know and I'll do that.
Brilliant, thank you. Shall I start? Yes, start when you're ready, thank you. Thank you, Chair and members. I represent the owners and occupiers of 5 Willow Walk objecting to these applications, who are here today with some of their neighbours as well. Much of what is being said by others in support of the application misses the point of the professional conservation officer's conclusions on the level of harm to the heritage assets that would result from the proposed development. The heritage assets to be protected are the listed buildings, their curtilages, their settings, and the character and appearance of the conservation area. We invite the committee to focus on the reasons given by the conservation officer for reaching her expert views. The proposed dwelling has a footprint more than double the size of the footprint of the existing listed house at number 49. Its modern appearance will clearly not be that of a converted or subservient outbuilding, but of a substantial dwelling. The garden between the existing dwelling and the small neighbouring dwellings is part of number 49's historic setting and curtilage. The development would be cramped into this setting, very close to the conservatory, which will lose its view into the garden, thereby significantly impairing number 49's enjoyment of and access to its own garden. What is proposed shows scant regard to the important features of the existing listed house, including its conservatory, which is itself listed by virtue of attachment. The gap in which the development is proposed facilitates public views towards the Grade 2 listed terrace of dwellings in Willow Walk, noted as a positive feature in the conservation area appraisal. These views would now be masked by the new development, and the whole character of the street changed, so the setting of the listed terrace in Willow Walk would also be harmed. The heritage asset of number 49 is a central feature of the conservation area and complements other heritage assets on Willow Walk. The proposed development will be detrimental to the significance of the historic heritage asset and will, the historic significance of his heritage asset and will adversely impact its heritage credentials and those of other listed buildings on Willow Walk. We therefore strongly support refusal of on the grounds of impact upon the setting of several listed buildings through loss of openness between them. Additionally, Willow Walk is a narrow private road but with public access and is frequently used by pedestrians and cyclists.
We've provided these photographs showing the position of the proposed access within Willow Walk, roughly where the overhanging bushes are. It's very narrow. The photographs show that the exiting and entering via the proposed vehicle access is not viable and presents a danger to passers-by. The tracking diagrams provided are therefore insufficient and misleading. The Highway Authority hasn't objected because this is a private road, but that does not mean that poor access arrangement would not be dangerous. We therefore request additional refusal reasons on the grounds of detriment.
I'm afraid
to
the 3 minutes is up, so if you could just wrap that up, thank you.
Additional refusal reasons on the grounds of detriment to highway safety and residential amenity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think if we prepare for the next speaker, but we're going to see if we can try and, we've got quite a lot of music coming through, so Kate, if you, yeah. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So we have Carrie Herbert, and you've asked us to show an image, and you will be speaking in favour of the application. And I'd like to remind you that you have 3 minutes to speak, and we will stop you after 3 minutes, and we will attempt to give you a 30-second warning beforehand. Thank you. So when the image is up, if that's, then you're ready to start, then please. To put your mic on, please.
I am Carrie Herbert, applicant and resident of 49 New Square for 33 years, awarded an MBE for my work in education, and I'm a very active member of my local community. Building this new house is the only way I can remain here, owing to my advancing health condition, because beautiful as it is, my existing house is not and can never be fully accessible. I challenge the Conservation Officer's opinion that the proposal will cause substantial harm to the setting of number 49. Under planning law, substantial harm sets an exceptionally high threshold, met only when a building's significance is entirely lost. This same bar applies to Grade 1 listed buildings and World Heritage Sites. NPPF and case law are clear that substantial harm is rare and exceptional. Interestingly, in the last planning committee on the 29th of October, the case officer said, quote, "The applicant is right that it, substantial harm, is not a very common thing. Harm needs to be justified and weighed against public benefit, but substantial harm is quite a significant level of harm," end of quote. Number 49 and the houses in New Square are all Grade 2 listed. In the Royal Commission Cambridge survey, the primary reference used by heritage professionals, the New Square terraces are noted. Mine is not. Andrew Lane, a leading London law firm partner in Forsters LLP with extensive expertise in the planning sector, agrees that the house and setting are not significantly harmed. Precedent or one current appeal of the setting comes from the private garden I created, not any historic landscape, which anyway are not visible from the public highway. Precedent already exists for building in the garden of listed houses, with 2 new dwellings in the garden of number 48. From all this evidence and opinion, I believe that the bar of substantial harm will not be met. And I don't want to build just any house. This new house will be special, an exemplar of good practice, a sustainable, accessible home that will in time become a respected landmark. It is a minor, single-storey private project, barely visible in the gap between numbers 48 and 49, and does not detract from these houses or those in Willow Walk. I strongly urge the committee to reconsider the significance of this proposal and its limited impact on its surrounding, and judge this application for approval on its other merits. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could we please have Councillor Tim Big to speak now? Whilst you have no limit on your time, we ask that you be as succinct as possible. Thank you.
Don't worry, Chair. I haven't got many things to say. Yes, I am Ward Councillor for the area of this application. A particular feature of this case is that many of the protagonists on both sides are well known to each other, as they are to me, and possibly some members of the committee. They are all excellent people who care deeply for their community and positively contribute to it in their different ways. But I want to make an appeal to the committee to set aside the merits of individual people they may know or have empathy for in the way this determines this application. It must surely be the merits or demerits of the actual plans submitted in relation to planning policy that need to be weighed up today. The impact of your decision will last longer than any of the people involved today, including ourselves, and members need to decide on that basis, free of who occupies any particular property today. It's the legacy of a decision on the built environment that matters in a very attractive part of the city that is to be decided. I did initiate a call in to committee of this application due to the high level of local interest and the perceived significance for the character of the neighbourhood and the need for maximum transparency. I don't intend to advocate further for either side, but I will say, as I said when this was initially discussed, partially discussed a few weeks ago, that I have no dispute with the officer's report. Thank you.
So I'd just like to, Councillor Bick referred to previous this application when it was brought to committee previously. Don't know if you want. This is setting aside that conversation. This is we're considering what is being put in front of us today. Okay. So we now move to the debate, and I'll remind members, if they'd like to speak, please indicate they wish to do so by raising your hand, and I will introduce you when it is your turn to speak. Anybody like to start? Councillor Todd Jones.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And the last committee meeting, which has been referenced, I did propose that it was deferred so that the Conservation Officer could be present for this meeting. And some of the questions that I would like to ask, apart from the issues that have been raised about, again, that tricky definition between substantial and less than substantial harm, I'd like a little bit more explanation about this particular context in terms of the listed building, the curtilage, the garden area, and so forth. And I don't know whether it's appropriate to ask what might be acceptable in the context of this application in terms of the design, the context with existing buildings that perhaps could have been considered in terms of potentially what might be brought forward in the future. Because what I'm anxious to kind of get at is what are the possibilities that could be made applicable to this particular area. So from a conservation point of view, what might be acceptable and how we could proceed
Todd
in
Jones,
some respect.
I think Vanessa's going to address your points.
Members, please bear in mind you are considering what's before you today, not what may possibly come forward or could be possible. Please confine your thoughts to what's before you today.
But I think the first part of Councillor Todd Jones's questions is relevant. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. So we've heard a lot about harm, and harm is a it can be quite difficult to explain, it can be quite difficult to perceive. In this case, I have put in substantial harm, and substantial harm is a high bar. There's no denying that. But in this case, I do believe that the setting of the garden to number 49 is a major contributor to both the significance of the house and the conservation area. This property would remove half of that garden and therefore half of that setting. It would produce an urbanisation of the setting. And to me, that is affecting a huge part of the significance of the setting of the designated heritage asset, and therefore it leads to substantial harm. And that's how I made my assessment. Is that enough, or would you like any further information? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
No.
You can't hear?
We can't hear.
Oh.
Would you be able to hold the microphone closer when you speak?
Oh, well, thank you for letting us know. We will, I think maybe the conservation, I think you'd need to bring your, can you hear me? Yes. Now we will, so we'll all bring our mics closer to us, I think, as we go forward. Thank you. Any more points to discuss, members? Councillor Howard.
Yeah, thank you. I'd just like to reflect a bit more on Councillor Bick's comments about not taking in the personal circumstances, because as our training will remind us, we have to consider the material situation. And just visually, it does seem to me that there is definitely precedent for buildings, as the applicant has outlined, on the neighbouring property, and they are significant, and there are two of them. So it would seem unpalatable, really, for us to say, well, that house and then those buildings were acceptable, but this is not. At the same time, as others have also recognised, it does take up a significant part of the garden, half the garden, as has been stated. So it is a significant property, a significant size of new dwelling, with a very significant floor plan as a proportion of the total new half of that, what is currently a single plot. Yeah, I don't have a final thought beyond that at the moment.
Do you want to make any points after that?
Yeah, I will just comment on that. So there are, as you pointed out, some sort of more modern buildings at number 48, which is the adjacent site. I wasn't the case officer, and these were approved, I think, in 2016, so a number of years ago with a previous local plan. One building, I think, was allowed because there was an existing garage building there, and the other one to the rear was allowed, I think, because there was 4 car parking spaces to the rear. I would just be careful in sort of using the precedent term. I think we've tried to highlight that this space is very unique in its character and very positive in what it brings to the site. And I feel quite strongly that the kind of reduction and insertion of those modern buildings actually highlights this space and makes it even more special. Therefore, the proposal results in the harm that we've outlined. Yeah. Did you want to say anything else, Gail?
No.
Councillor Howard.
So I'm curious now, on a legal standpoint, of the point being made that the applicant made this point that through their own work, the garden is in the state that it's in, and you've referenced car parking spaces there. So if the applicant had chosen, or some other previous owner had chosen to make car parking spaces in there, would we take that as justification to add buildings? So there's like this perverse incentive to not maintain a pristine or picturesque garden with the view to be able to develop it in the future, which seems very perverse to me.
So I think we've considered as part of the application kind of the historical way that the house has been developed, but I think the key characteristics of the site are from its openness, and one car parking space within the site doesn't have the same impact as a significant building that takes over half the garden. So you know, that's taken into account, I think we still arrive in the same position.
I have a couple of questions as a result of listening to the objector and the applicant. The objectors mentioned that there would be a loss of view from the conservatory, which was part of the listed building. Is that something for us to consider? And also they referred to the view of Willow Walk from New Square and how that would be affected. That was the points raised by the objectors. I wondered if you could comment on those. Then the applicant mentioned that this is not a historic garden, and also that the existing building is not an accessible building for them to live in. Are those points that we can consider?
Yes, I mentioned in my comments about the conservatory. The proposal sits hard against the conservatory. The wall comes up to it, and I do believe that this proximity will have a potentially detrimental impact on the setting of the conservatory, therefore, which is part of the listing. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, so I think it's more of a heritage impact in terms of the longevity of the listed building and the desirability of that as a heritage asset in the long term. In terms of sort of amenity and views out of the conservatory, we've taken the view that given the primary amenity space within the dwelling, it's not harmful in that regard. It's more to the heritage point, just to confirm that. Did you want to talk about Willow Walk? That was the second point.
Yes. I mean, as you can see from the pictures provided, the views from Willow Walk will be now of a roof line, whereas previously it's the garden through onto New Square. And so it will impact their views across. It will also impact generally within the conservation area, views across that open gap with the garden.
Yeah.
And what was the final point?
About historic.
Yes. It is true, the garden has developed. There were potentially buildings, small outbuildings. It has changed over time. The issue with when we're looking at cases like this is we're looking at it now, and this is how it's been designated. So its designation is through the garden and the conservation area is in its current situation. And that's what I base my case on, is what we're looking at now.
There was a point about accessible, sort of the accessibility of the current house. So I'm not familiar with the layout, the internal layout of the current house. I believe it's not, you know, it's sort of a normal functioning house that I think there's maybe steps up to the front door and there'll be stairs inside, but we haven't been provided with information about the accessibility of the current dwelling. But I believe the idea is that the proposed dwelling would be accessible to overcome kind of those concerns in the future. Yeah.
Okay, members. So I just would like to go back to one point, one phrase that the case officer raised, that we must make, that this decision must be about, we must weigh what the officers have said is substantial harm. We need to weigh that against what substantial public benefit. So because it's been defined as substantial harm, there needs to be substantial public benefit to weigh against this. So that is how the decision needs to be considered. And if there's no further, officer?
Sorry, yes. May I just clarify on that point that you're just talking to? So there are some steps you need to go through when thinking through the decision. The level of harm is for the decision maker. So you can, you can use my harm fan and put a level of harm to what you think the proposal would result in. That's one decision. And then the next step is if there is harm, you then weigh that with the public benefits, just to make that clear. I think that's...
So, Councillor Howard.
Could the chair or support help in clarifying whether we can restrict size by condition, or in this case it's yes or no?
Case officer.
So you're making an assessment on the proposal that's in front of you. Do you mean size in terms of the building or occupancy level? Size of the building?
Size, physical size in a sense.
Yeah, okay. So we could condition to restrict sort of permitted development rights, which are rights that allow occupants to extend their property so that they would need planning permission. But it wouldn't be reasonable to put a specific condition on to limit the footprint, for example, because, you know, things evolve over time.
Councillor Todd-Jones.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And apologies if I was straying away from the application that's actually in front of us. I suppose another way of putting it is, and this has often come up, I think, in Planning Committee before, is whether there was an invitation to a pre-application process and whether there was that kind of pre-application discussion which could have helped, perhaps, in terms of this application that's actually for us, and whether indeed, a pre-application process might involve not just the planning officer, but the conservation officer, who's obviously as a critical input into this application.
Would you like to refer?
Yeah. So there have been pre-applications on this site for a single dwelling over the years. I think the first was in 2014 for a single dwelling, and then the second one was 2021.
2020, yeah.
2020, both for single dwellings, and effectively both times there was a similar position to what we've put forward today, which is we didn't think it was the right approach because of the harm to the heritage assets. This proposal actually has a larger footprint than what we saw in 2020, so the sort of impact to the setting is the impact is potentially more significant due to the size of the building, I would say.
Are there any more questions? So the case officer has explained more clearly about the level of harm that we need to decide on individually, and that needs to be weighted against the public benefit. So, are you ready to vote on this? Councillor Flaubert.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know, concerned because we haven't mentioned, or maybe I have missed, which I will apologize in advance, any possible benefit of this new building, because we haven't mentioned that there would be any loss of trees. Also, there would be an accessible home. And those things we also have to take into consideration, members. The alleged impact on visibility is probably less substantial when we consider number 49, which is a taller building. And we haven't really mentioned that this also is a fact, that there is a building that is substantially a lot bigger than this one that is proposed today.
Well, I think this is the time for members, if they want to raise any points or make any comments, to help you come to a decision on whether to support the officer's recommendation or not. So thank you for your comments, Councillor Flaubert. Councillor Howard?
It's partly a question, but I'm just having a look at the NPPF, 117 developments that address the need for people with disabilities and reduce mobility in relation to all modes of transport. Do we have any numbers on how many similar accessible homes are available in, well, especially in Market Ward, but in the central part of Cambridge?
So we don't have figures on the number of accessible dwellings, but it's our policy requirement in the local plan that new dwellings have to be accessible. And we usually add a condition to control that as well. So new properties are since the 2018 local plan.
Are there any more questions? Okay, members, I'm going to ask the delivery manager to read out the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So the recommendation is set out on page 41. That is to refuse planning permission for the 2 reasons as set out. Thank you.
So members, I'd like to, if you could indicate whether you support the officer's recommendation. Those against the officer's recommendation? Those abstaining? Thank you. So the committee has voted in agreement with the officer's recommendation to refuse the application. Now we will move to the next application, which is the listed buildings application.
And again, Katie will be...
We'll start with the officer's presentation on this application.
Thank you, Chair. So the presentation for the listed building application is quite similar to the full application. So I will go through slightly quicker, but I will still cover the key points. So this application, is a listed building application at 49 New Square. The description of development is still the same as the previous application, so single-storey dwelling with garden and off-street car parking. So the same updates apply as what we heard previously. So the applicant submitted a letter to address the substantial harm position. I read this out previously, so I don't believe I need to repeat, but the updates are there on the presentation, and the full letter is available on public access. An objector letter was also submitted since the report was completed, and this comes back at the applicant letter and talks about the substantial harm points and the visibility. And again, those points that I've already addressed. So if there's anything anyone wants me to pick up, please let me know, but I won't spend too much time. So this application is also recommended for refusal, and this is for one reason. So when you are considering a listed building application, you can only consider the sort of heritage impacts. You don't get to consider the planning matters, so they are distinct in that way. But the refusal reason reads, the proposal site is located within the setting of 49 New Square, 2 to 17 Willow Walk, and within the Kite Conservation Area. The garden of 49 New Square makes an essential and unique contribution to the setting of the listed buildings and the Kite Conservation Area. The proposed built form would remove the open aspect of the garden, remove and truncate the walls, and result in an overly oppressive and cramped form adjacent to the listed building. Again, I won't go through my heritage slide again, but if there are any questions, please let me know. So I think I'll just highlight on the existing and proposed site plans the key parts for this application. So the parts of the building or site that the proposal would impact that are curtilage listed and therefore relevant for this application are the walls within the site and the boundary walls. So I'll just remind members, the walls are connected to the dwelling at the rear and extend around the boundary of the site. The proposal would open up the wall to the rear to allow for vehicular access and removes part of the walls inside the site as well. These walls are important because they enclose the site and they make a contribution to the setting of the listed building for that reason. So these are the sort of same details as I had previously, so I'll just run through those. You can see some of the opening up of the walls and kind of where the previous wall would have sat in these images. So the plans and the photographs are the same. So again, we can see that the positive and unique gap in the photographs, the modern buildings adjacent, the listed buildings to the rear there, and the existing listed building in here. These are the elevations, which I will run through quite quickly. I want to get to some photographs of the rear. So you can sort of see here, this is the rear of number 49 New Square, the walls that extend down from the property, and then the walls that run along to along the boundary of the site. Yeah, which is there. So the wall again runs along the back here and would be opened up to facilitate the car parking. So there's a loss here of historic fabric, curtilage listed fabric, and part of the building. And as a reminder, what we touched on previously was that all harm to listed building requires a clear and convincing justification and should be weighed against public benefits, as we've just done. So I'm just running through the elevations now. Again, you can see the sort of access points there and the opening up of the walls. And then I come back here to the reasons for approval and refusal. So again, we're still doing that same exercise. So I've updated my planning balance now from the previous one, so apologies for that. And in fact, I've copied that in. So the key issues are there's substantial harm to the setting of the Grade 2 listed building at number 49 New Square, and less than substantial harm to the setting of the Grade 2 listed buildings at 2 to 17 Willow Walk and the character and appearance of the Conservation Officer. And there are no other public benefits than those presented here, and that is the creation of an additional residential dwelling within a sustainable location. As I touched on previously, the dwelling is submitted with a sustainability statement that explains how it would exceed sustainability requirements, and the dwelling does meet accessibility requirements in the local plan. And the application is therefore recommended for refusal. Thank you.
I think we will now, we're going to have matters of clarification. Councillor Griffin.
Yes, thank you. So I'm relatively new to the Planning Committee, and I'm rather confused about what the difference is between this and the last. I'm sure many residents who may be watching will be confused as well. So what is going on? Clarification, please.
Yeah, good question. So yeah, the applications have been effectively submitted for the same proposal. The first application we heard was asking for planning permission, therefore the new buildings effectively. This application, although has the same plans and the same material submitted, really deals with the loss of the curtilage listed walls and the harm that would result to the heritage assets. Beyond that are kind of planning matters that we've dealt with beforehand, but that's the key consideration. I don't know if you want to add anything about specifically listed building consent?
Yes, so listed building consent is when you're actually impacting on the fabric of a designated asset. And in this case, the designated assets are the curtilage listed walls. And so it's because the description includes the new house doesn't affect the fabric, but it does mean that some of the walls will be truncated and removed sections of, and that's what the listed building consent is for.
Thank you for the clarification.
any further matters of clarification? Okay, we will move on to our public speakers. First of all, we'll have the objectors. So I think Kate Wood has agreed to give her time to Regine Page. Hello. So you will have 3 minutes to make your representations, and after, with 30 seconds before the time is up, we will ring a bell, and then a second bell when your time is up, and at that point I'll ask you to wrap up. Thank you.
I'm speaking as a resident of Willow Walk. I've lived in my house for more than 30 years. I worked for the Fitzwilliam Museum Conservation Department. I'm now an official guide of Cambridge. I emphasize that I represent my neighbors. We live in a conservation area of great Georgian elegance. It was built long before some of the famous landmarks of Cambridge, the Fitzwilliam Museum, the gates of King's College, the Tower of St. John's, and most streets around us. The Georgian terraces of Willow Walk and New Square are in a neoclassical style, which is characterized by regularity, homogeneity, and symmetry. A large contemporary building awkwardly placed in this setting would be jarring. The glass windows, the zinc roof, the aluminium frame roof lights are at odds with their surroundings. But I do not intend to discuss the architectural merit of the design, nor am I considering the impact of the new dwelling on just the existing house at number 49, the impact and serious damage to the whole neighborhood. One important feature of the area is its large open spaces, the long gardens at the back of New Square houses, merging into the garden surrounding number 49. These gardens are the Georgian historical landscape, and in a sense, they are of equal importance to the buildings. It is extremely lucky that we have kept these bucolic open spaces for more than 2 centuries, a rare thing in a town center. But one could say there were new buildings at number 48 New Square. When Jesus College was granted permission for 2 new buildings at number 48, they pleaded there were existing buildings on both sides, a garage and a large wall corresponding to an old stable. This is not the case for number 49, a very visible new building on virgin land would alter forever the character, cohesiveness, and integrity of the conservation area. Also, it would not be of great benefit to the wider community. A building on this site was already twice refused for very good reasons. I support the conservation officer in this 3rd refusal. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We would now have asked Dr. Carrie Herbert to come and speak, and you have asked to have an image up as well. We'll wait for that.
In order to survive as a living, vibrant city with thriving and varied communities, the historic centre has to accommodate change. This is what a member of this community wrote to me about my application. I too believe that, as do professionals and other members of the public who support this. Despite objections from one street, the project is viewed as a positive addition to the area. This is encouraging for my team and me, as we have worked hard to ensure it will be of the highest quality with the lowest impact. The proposal is accessible, sustainable, and innovative, sitting sympathetically in its plot. It looks smaller than it is, single story with a low-pitch roof barely visible from the public highway. In no way does it impact the houses around it. We challenge the Conservation Officer's view that the proposal harms the setting of the existing houses or Willow Walk. Currently, Willow Walk is only visible from the grassed area on New Square, and from this perspective, both number 49 and the walk sit far enough back from the new dwelling to remain clearly visible. Under planning law, substantial harm sets an exceptionally high threshold, met only when a heritage asset's significance is entirely lost. Case law and the NPPF confirm this and say that exceptional means, for example, the loss of an important historic building or an element of a World Heritage Site. Number 49 hardly falls into this exclusive category. This application is not exceptional, as seen on the screen. It is a minor, private project, a single-storey home. From all views, number 49 remains intact, elegant, and distinct within its historic townscape. The council has set encouraging goals for a sustainable, inclusive Cambridge, as outlined in the Greater Cambridge 2041 plans. It's a vision of housing that aims to meet the needs of our community. This new house will vastly exceed the council's targets for carbon reduction and will set an excellent example of sustainable construction, which will encourage other sustainable developments in the city. We believe this merit should outweigh the objections about its setting. I strongly urge the committee to reconsider the significance of the proposal and to judge the application on its merits and the contribution it makes to a sustainable and inclusive Cambridge. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have Councillor Bick to speak. Thank you.
Chair, you'll be delighted to hear that I have nothing further to add from my contribution to the previous item.
Thank you very much. So, members, do you have any questions or comments to add to this debate? Councillor Howard.
I do actually find myself in a slightly different situation with purely the listed status, because I don't think that the heritage damage is substantial, especially not if we're just considering the walls. And I'm brought back to the precedent as well next door. I feel like I can't ignore that precedent. My main reason in the previous debate was the size. So I actually feel myself moved to disagree with the officers on this listed status.
I have a couple of questions from what the objector and the applicant have stated. The objector talked about did speak about a building in the setting in the same way that we discussed the scheme earlier, and that this is part of an area of neoclassical style. Is that worth considering? And also the applicant talked about an exceptional new building, which is above standard for as far as accessibility and sustainability is concerned, and that should be taken into consideration as well.
Can you, clarify the first point about the sort of neoclassical?
Oh yes, the objector referred to this area of this part of the buildings as neoclassical style, and the buildings are neoclassical, and is that relevant to our considerations, the style of the buildings?
Anything about maybe you say about the difference?
Well, obviously, yes, there are. It is an area characterised by early 19th century terraces, and then 49 stands on its own. It's unusual, it's tall, its orientation. In terms of this new building, it's very modern. It's got a distinctive zinc roof. It, in my view, would not look harmonious in that sense. Although it's quite low, it's still visible above the walls, and therefore I do think it's not in keeping with the general character of the area. Does that help?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, and then I'll just touch on the other points. Well, I suppose we have to be a little bit careful because this application is specifically related to the listed part of the listed walls and the impact to those. But I can just clarify the dwelling meets the policy requirements in terms of accessibility, and it does exceed the sustainability requirements in terms of carbon reduction. But that would have been sort of a matter for the previous application, so just tread carefully in that way, I suppose. Yeah.
Can you just, I think you did, so are we to set aside the setting? You talked about that we need to consider the curtilage listed walls. Is that all we're considering?
So that's the impact to the fabric. In my planning balance, I have referred to, the reason the walls are being removed is for a new dwelling. And the new dwelling, in my planning balance, I talked about one new residential dwelling can be a public benefit. The fact it's sustainable is a good part of that. And the fact it meets accessibility requirements is a positive as well. So when you're thinking through the planning, the balance, those are the things that can come into consideration. Yeah.
Well, members, if there's no further comments or questions, we will move to the vote. So we'll ask the planning manager to outline, read out what we're voting on, the recommendation. Thank you.
So, thanks, Chair. The recommendation is to refuse for the singular reason as set out on page 52 of the officer report, and primarily that relates to conflict with policy 61 of the local plan. Thank you.
So those in favour of the officer's recommendation, which is to refuse the application. Those against the recommendation. Those abstaining. So there were 4 votes for the officer's recommendation, which is supported for the application to be refused. I think that's everything on the agenda, so we can finish the meeting. Thank you very much, everyone.